Good morning, everyone. We welcome you all for the second day of NCET 2020 conference. Let us first begin with the prayer.
Assalamu alaikum Khawatoon o Hazrat. We will start with the prayer first. Auz billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. We'll begin with Surah Fatiha. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin ar-rahmanir rahim. Maliki yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim siratal lazina an'amta alayhim ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. This means we start in the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. Praise be to Allah, Lord of the worlds, the most gracious, the most merciful. Master of the day of the judgment, it is you we worship, and upon you we call for help. Guide us to the straight path, the path of those you have blessed, not of those against whom there is anger, nor of those who are misguided. Now, a verse from Surah Al Alaq, the 96th Surah from Quran Sharif, Ikra bismi rabbikal lazi khalaq, which means to seek knowledge is a sacred duty. The first word revealed to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, peace be upon him, from Allah Ta'ala was Ikra, which means to read, to seek knowledge. With the earlier prayer and this verse from Quran Sharif, we start our day 2 of NCET 2020. आजम कैंपस और अलाना कॉलेज ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर की ओर से हम सब आप सबका तहे दिल से इस्तकबाल करते हैं। शुक्रिया।
Thank you, Nazia, for praying for all of us. We welcome all the guests and participants today for the National Conference on Empirical Theories 2020, organized by Allana College of Architecture. Maharashtra Cosmopolitan Education Society's Allana College of Architecture is located at Azam Campus Camp, Pune, right in the middle of Pune city. The college was established in 1999 by our president, Dr. P.A. Inamdar. It was started by our founder principal, Professor R.T. Govle, and later on taken over by our principal, Professor Leena Debnath, from 2011. We have had a couple of courses conducted from 1999. The undergraduate course started with the intake of 40. In 2005, we started another batch of undergrad with another intake of 40, as well as masters in general architecture. Later, we continued the master's course with construction management faculty. And today we are running the MArch construction management course affiliated to Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Technological University, Lonere, Raigad, Maharashtra, along with the undergrad BArch course affiliated to Savitribai Phule Pune University. Either write something worth reading or do something worth writing. Truly believing in these words by Benjamin Franklin, we conceptualized the national conference in August, couple of years back, in an internal teachers training program called Unhide the Files. During this, we realized that there are a lot of discussions that happen within the staff room with the students during the lectures when there are a lot of self ideas, opinions, theories, thoughts that actually need to be streamed together and brought together, in which most of the people do in the form of projects. And we needed to inculcate these similar thoughts in the form of some research work that can also come in form of publication through some journal or articles in magazines typically. So this is what we realize, that even students are getting more distant from the books, from the library, because of the vast information that is available on the internet today. So to bring them back to books, we thought we should basically start getting them into writing, because there is no other best teacher than writing, than reading, for putting them into writing habits. So if they need to read the books, they need to really start writing. So let's start writing so that we read more. That is what we thought of. A lot of the training programs that are conducted around by different institutes, and especially the Training and Research Center TRC by Council of Architecture, are attended by our teachers, and that is also another forum where we realize that our thoughts have been evolving throughout the years of teaching. Most of our faculty has been with the college since almost 15 to 18 years. And we have evolved as teachers, as professionals, as practitioners. And all these things need to be somewhere put down together. All the ideas and the concepts somewhere need to be put forth, so that our own philosophies and theories can be put ahead with a free, open mind. Hence, the concept of National Conference on Empirical Theories was introduced to elaborate more on the empirical theory of the Conference on Empirical Theories. I would invite our principal, Professor Leena Devnath, to talk about it. Thank you.
Good
Leena
morning,
ma'am,
everybody.
please join us.
Yes, can I be heard? Hello, can I be heard?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Good
Yes, ma'am.
morning,
Please
everybody.
continue.
Yes. So this is our second day of the national conference. And yesterday we had jury panels for the UG students, for the PG students. And today we have jury panels in 2 sessions for the academicians, researchers, and the practitioners. Now, as Prachi ma'am has already elaborated, in every part of our life needs research, whether it is practitioners, academicians, even in our daily life, if you're not even academicians or practitioners. So for practitioners, like for architects, whenever there is a customer, there is a client, and a brief is given, the architect immediately needs to do some research to find out the context, the requirement of the client, what suits them best, how they can give them the best solution. Similarly, for academicians, the teachers have to keep on researching to update themselves to the present knowledge that is available in the market, and to keep this so that the students are updated. And more the research we always know, the better the quality of teaching learning process. Students can learn more, the teacher herself or himself gains more knowledge. So ultimately the exchange that happens of knowledge is of good quality. Similarly, students also, we are encouraging them to do research, so that not only to depend on a teacher's research or whatever is written in the books, or whatever is written in the form of given formulas on the internet. Why not go out of the way? In an empirical way, they can formulate their own process of finding out knowledge. With all this in mind, our national conference, Prachi ma'am has already elaborated, was formulated. Today is the second day. So I welcome all the practitioners, our guests, our dignitaries, and the teachers, people, all those who are seeing right now logged in and are seeing it on the Facebook, and so that they can get some good knowledge exchange, can hear the listen to the papers that are presented, the comments of our knowledgeable jury members. And they should take this forward. Whatever knowledge gained today, they should take it forward and put it in, whether in their academics or their daily life. I also thank Council of Architecture and IIA Pune chapter for being a support to us, helping us with the knowledge base, and giving us encouragement to carry on this national conference. So wish everyone all the best, and I think we can start our today's session. Thank you.
Thank, thank you, ma'am. Uh, if the book is true, it'll find an audience. How truly said by Wally Lamb. Before we get on to the presentations today, I would just like to elaborate on the proceedings of the National Conference on Empirical Theories, because there are some people who have joined us today. Things were already mentioned yesterday. It was we basically with the concept of inviting papers. We started in January when the brochures were sent via a lot of social media channels. We received the papers. We had already formulated a technical review committee team. Seeing the response, we had already received 100 papers. That made us really happy when we actually touched the century mark. Receiving so many papers, we added more members to the technical review committee. All this was guided by Dr. Parag Narkhede, who has been our mentor for the conference. We express our hearty gratitude towards him for guiding us throughout. After receiving the papers and getting the comments from the jury members, we had sent the papers for revision along with the acceptance. So out of 100, 73 papers were accepted in basically three categories, which was the undergrad students, the postgrad students, and the ARP, that is academicians, researchers, and practitioners, architects basically, who would send papers depending on different paper lengths. The conference was called for three sub-themes, which was architecture, planning, and design, including conservation, environmental architecture, sustainability, all different factors. The second was construction management, including construction technologies that are introduced newly to the industry. And the third category was pedagogy and any reforms in architecture education that needs to be suggested. So after selecting the papers for publication, all these 73 papers will be published through a free ebook that will be published on our website, college website, which is www.allanaarchitecture.org. And we will also be having a paperback copy, which will be presented on demand. It will be given to the people who want to have the hard copy. This is all due to the present pandemic situation that posting any hard copy will not be difficult, but we will give a choice to the candidate, to the participant, or anybody who is interested in having the copy for their college library as well. Ebook will be available free for all our participants. It can be viewed from our college website. And after having those 73 selected participants, depending on the merit from different categories, we have chosen a few to present in every panel. So UG panel had 9 presentations, and PG panel had 6 presentations. We had already backed up with 2 presentations in queue, considering the electronic format, the video conference format of the conference, just in case if there are any network issues. Although all those 9, the people who were presenting, who had confirmed that they will present, those will be all selected on the merit. So as in when the time permits, we will be definitely be including today also the people who are in queue, so that we can cover up maximum number of participants. If this was a normal conference in a traditional mode, like the way we are sitting in actually the same conference hall, we probably would have had a conference otherwise. All of us are sitting here together. Myself, Dhwani Iyer, my partner in this event, we can say, Nazia Mistry, Shilpa Dhavle, Gayatri Mahajan, Atul Kataria, and Huzefa Chalisa. All our Allana College of Architecture faculty team. We are sitting right here in the conference hall and having the audience in the screens today. So with this, we will be able to have only few participation presentations today. And we now begin with inviting our guests for the event as well as for the jury. So for each panel, we have the basic plan has been that there will be one external member and one internal technical review committee member. Our guest today, our chief guest, Dr. P.A. Inamdar. He is the founder of Azam Campus, president of MCA Society. Azam Campus, which has around 33 institutes, has been there since almost 1960s, 70s. So it started with a small school. He is a member and president of a lot of organizations and research centers and institutions. He has been playing a great role in education, academics for students, and continued learning for the teachers as well. He's been extremely supportive for all our events. He also has his contribution in construction industry. He has a construction firm. He's the president of Ahura Builders and also a partner with Tain Technologies, which has locations here in Pune in India as well as Romania. He has won awards of Jeevan Gaurav Award by Pune University and as well as Maulana Azad Abdul Kalam Literacy Award by the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment Cell. He has been a great philanthropist, educationist, and a businessman, we can say. Our uh, our chief guest is architect Habib Khan. Everybody knows about him, our president of Council of Architecture. We saw great reforms after Sir has taken over. He's done his master's in architectural design from the University of Illinois from USA. He is having his practice since 1990. He's been the director of the Priyadarshini Institute of Architecture and Design Studies at Nagpur, as well as Lokmanya Tilak Institute of Architecture and Design Studies. He's won several awards for his work. Um, and to know other things about him, he has been a very good speaker, a very good orator. He has spoken internationally on behalf of his practice as well as Council of Architecture. And I mean, very nice to know that he is he's a very avid painter and poet. He has actually done paintings on Ramayana and Mahabharata. Thank you, sir, for joining us today. And our guest of honor, who is there with us live today, yeah, architect Jayashree Deshpande. She has been associated with our institutes for thesis guidance for most of the years that we have had. She's had her master's degree in sociology after doing her graduation in architecture. Everybody knows about her. She is the chairman of IIA Pune Center and also heading the COA TRC Center Council's Research Center at the Academic Center at Pune. She has been felicitated by IIA for her extraordinary contribution to architectural education. And yes, she has been teaching since a long time, associated with different colleges, and she has really given her great contribution to academics. She has been an author of compilation on housing and housing finance options in India, as well as energy efficient, environment friendly building practices in India. Yeah, so we shall have certain videos played, which are the messages sent by our guests. We'll start first with our president, Dr. P.A. Inamdar. Swani Iyer will be presenting from her ID. Thank you.
I am really very happy that our campus college, architectural college, has decided to hold national conference on empirical theories in architecture, planning, construction. And I think this is going to happen on 7th and 8th of August 2020. I'm really again very happy that the president of Council of Architecture, New Delhi, is also not only participating, but he is keynote. He is addressing us on a many practical and experienced things which he will be able to guide us. I have been told that for this conference, 100 plus papers have been received, and after scrutiny, 70 plus papers have been selected by the team of my college principal, Madam Leena Devnath, and Prachi Iyer, and Dhwani Iyer. And our college is otherwise also known for such type of various functions, extracurricular, co-curricular activities. And that is what exactly I also like, because routine teaching learning is one thing, and getting inputs, practical inputs, very well experienced applied knowledge inputs by students who, when they are in college, that helps them a lot. One more important aspect, I am also builder myself, and I am there in the field for last 40, 45 years. And I was holding President Kradai of Pune for about 7 years. And I have gone on the field, and then only I have been able to execute proper projects. You can understand for last 45 years I'm on a construction line. and I have seen all the changes. And today, after technology is introduced, particularly computer, internet-based, all the details, how they are drawing, it is amazing. But if you see the other way, still we are late compared to international architectural designs and the way they are planning their minute details. Still, we are lacking something, and we have to see to it that not only we bridge that gap, but at the same time, we should be able to proceed further. And I am 100% sure that this conference will help those who are interested in research, because research aptitude has to be developed. People, very few people develop this aptitude, and they are the people ultimately will lead the architectural movement. I wish this conference all the best, and I expect that the result which they expect from this conference or goal which they have set, they will be able to achieve. And alternatively, I am requesting you to see to it that you participate thoroughly and see that you gain a lot through this conference. Best of luck.
Thank you, Inamdar sir, for the motivation and support that you have always given.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I bring greetings from the Council of Architecture and extend my best wishes to Allana College of Architecture, Professor Leena Devnath, and the for organizing this national conference on theories in architecture, design, and planning. Our world is facing tough time, exceptional circumstances, and this pandemic, contrary to what we believe, has not broken our world, but has shown a broken world to us. But if we see history, there have been worse pandemics than this COVID-19. And if you recall, the world has sprung back into action and things have become normal. And I am sure after this pandemic subsides and life gets back to normal, whether you call it a new normal or as it was, the resilience of human race will take over very soon. We would have noticed small little examples like the increase in the vegetable vendors, the sabziwalas, people who had no other occupation took to essential services. The pan thelas converted into daily needs, shops, and so on. It's the resilience of a human being always wins. The human being as a race has learned to take over these kind of calamities, natural or man-made, which have come in its way. There have been exceptional warriors of this pandemic, and we have all acknowledged them, including the doctors, the nurses, the administrative staff, the police force, and so on and on. But one section of society, the teachers, which have risen beyond their normal capacities and capabilities to continue teaching, have gone unacknowledged. And today I would like to acknowledge each and every teacher of each sector that exists in our education to have risen to the occasion to continue the process of teaching and learning exceptionally from their homes or from their workplaces, wherever the situation might be as is. Professionally, architecture is going through a very tough time. We had the Supreme Court verdict in March, which shook our profession and the faith in our in the faith of our fraternity in our profession. And then came the pandemic. We at the council have been trying to douse fires. We have been trying to contain the damage as much as possible. We are taking appropriate measures to undo whatever so-called damage that has happened. And I'm sure in time to come, with the support of our fraternity, we'll be able to come out winners. Honestly, there's nothing to lose heart on. There's nothing to get worried about. There's nothing to be totally negative or depressive about. Our profession has risen since the act was made in 1972 by leaps and bounds. Our education, our institutes have grown phenomenally in the last 50 odd years. I still remember when we started practice 35 years ago, people still didn't know what an architect was and what an architect does. But gradually over these 30 years, the awareness in the society about architecture as a profession has risen in spite of the act being there, in spite of the legal interpretation of the act which the Supreme Court has done. The sky hasn't fallen over our heads. What we need to realize, our young graduates, our young professionals and young architects need to realize is that we need to have belief in ourselves. We need to believe in ourselves. We need to have faith in our own profession and in our own capacities of being a creative professional, wherein we can show to the society that we are indispensable. And that will happen only when we are absolutely excelling in what we do, when we love what we do, and when we are so sure of what we are doing that the society understands that architects as a fraternity or architecture as a profession is indispensable to the society. We as architects are responsible for the quality of life of the people, of the users of our buildings and projects. Just like doctors who are responsible for the health of the society. Now that's a very tangible thing, but the services provided by an architect is intangible, and we need to understand and we need to realize that this intangible aspect of our profession is also playing a very important role in the lives of the people who use our buildings. And it is up to us as architects to enlighten the society about this intangible aspect. And when that happens, the respect for architects and architecture as a profession will automatically come in, because we cannot demand respect. We have to command respect. And at the moment, our fraternity is demanding respect. And it will come, I'm sure, with the advent of this realization in the society that this intangible aspect is equally important in the lives of people who use this building. The NEP is being rolled out now. It's been approved by the cabinet. I'm sure it will be implemented soon. And the academia, the fraternity, feels that this is the end of the council, or the role of the council would be relegated to a limited scope. Looking at the larger interest, looking at the larger scope of betterment of architectural education, I personally feel that it's a very revolutionary thought process. And in time to come, in the coming 20 to 25 years, the level of architectural education, not only architectural education, but overall education will change and increase to international levels, and our education will finally become what it should be. There are certain modalities, certain legalities, which we need to look into as far as architectural education is concerned, and be rest assured we are doing that, and we're doing our best with inputs from all the stakeholders, with inputs from all people who matter, and we will rise in our effort to incorporate the thought process of the NEP in our education system in architecture. The younger architects, the fresh graduates, feel that there is a lack of work and it's very difficult to survive in these tough times. But let me assure you, the economy was slow prior to the pandemic, but it came to a standstill during the pandemic and the lockdown. It's a phenomenon the world over, and architecture is hit the first because society feels that this is not indispensable essential services. It is something of a dispensable service, because it concerns luxury, and it is time, it concerns the elitist people or people who have enough resources to indulge into architecture or interior design or related fields of architectural profession. But it is time that we architects start looking at architecture as a wider scope, at a larger perimeter, wherein we have to understand the importance of society and societal contribution of architecture as a profession. We need to look beyond the urban elitist groups that we usually work in. We need to look at rural sector, empowerment of the rural sector, non-urbanized areas. We need to look at avenues where we can contribute meaningfully and effectively in the empowerment of the agricultural sector. And also, I'm sure architects are qualified to very effectively contribute in this sector. We need to expand the horizons that we work in. And that will not only benefit our profession, that will not only benefit our society, but it will benefit the country at large. And we architects are capable of doing that, and I'm sure about it. We need to expand the horizons of our profession and our work. And the economic slowdown will be over very soon. The signs of recovering of the economy are already there, and we need to just be more resilient. We need to be a little more stronger in our belief in our own selves, and that we will overcome this. These times also demand, I have been telling this in every other forum, that these times also demand togetherness and unity. We don't want that our own people, our own fraternity kills itself. There are voices of discontent, there are voices of dissent in our profession, and to put it honestly and bluntly, there are other professions who want to impinge on the scope of architects. There are people who are wanting to take over the services of the architectural fraternity, and we have to stay united. We have to stay calm and work very wisely and effectively to preserve the sanctity of our profession. Sometimes honestly, I feel that if at all, the damage that is happening to our profession overall is through our own people, not through someone else or some outsiders, because the working of the council and other professional institutes like the IIA or IIID has to be jacked up. And I'm sure you would have noticed in the past few months that the council has started an outreach initiative where we're trying to reach not only to our fraternity across the country, but to people at large, society at large, making them aware of the architectural services and what architecture is, what architect does. And this is something that I need help and I need cooperation from each and every single member of our fraternity to strengthen our profession, strengthen the hands of the council, and work in unity and unison to help better our profession, consolidate our profession, and take it forward for the future generations that is going to come, for the future of the architects, the graduates who are studying in our schools, and the avenues that we will create if we are able to collectively strengthen our profession today will benefit them at large when they start their practice or when they start their careers. And I can only give a word of advice to the young architects, to the fresh graduates, that have heart, believe in yourself, love what you're doing, and hold on for a little more while. And I'm sure the profession will see rosier times, will see better times, and will have a better option of not only better option of better architectural practices, and times are going to be better and times are going to be good, and these are not words of consolation, but these are words of an internal belief that I have in myself, my fraternity, and my profession. And I wish all of you, the organizers of this conference, the delegates, the participants, my fellow panelists, speakers, contributors of this conference, very best. And I'm sure the deliberations that have followed yesterday and today will be meaningful and insightful and will help our profession in reaching newer heights. Thank you very much for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to speak. Thanks a lot, and all the best once again.
Thank you so much, Habib Khan sir, for sending this message, especially for the young architects, graduates from all the institutes, and giving them faith and belief that the profession will persist further in spite of all odds, and we will be having good time again. Thank you so much, sir. We will be having all our videos, the messages streamed on our Facebook channel after the conference, so they can be viewed properly. I will now invite Architect Jayashree Deshpande ma'am. She is live with us here right now to uh, to address the whole conference. She has been she has been the director of COA TRC and the chairperson of IIA Pune Center. And IIA itself has a lot of publications, which is magazines and journals. They hold a lot of competitions, and everybody knows COA TRC. They hold a lot of programs, and from the council wing also there is a journal publication that happens. Ma'am has been a great contributor to all of this. Ma'am, could we please have you live now? Thank you. Ma'am, please have the video on.
Am I audible?
Everybody can see you.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, please. Yes, ma'am, please continue.
Yeah. Thank you, Prachi. Good morning. Before I begin, I would like to thank the President, the Vice President of MC Society, management members, the Principal, Architect Leena Devnath, and the conference team at Allana College of Architecture for inviting me here today. This national conference on the theme Empirical Theories in Architecture, Planning and Construction Management provides an opportunity for a meaningful discourse on a wide range of subjects of interest to the architecture fraternity. It is opening up several areas of explorations for the young architect community. It also comes at the exact time when it has become necessary to take stock of the existing situation and prepare ourselves for the uncertainty and complex challenges in the near future. 5-year BArch degree program provides the theoretical knowledge base for architects. But today, professionals and educators are working in an atmosphere of constantly developing technology to create healthy, sustainable, and resilient built environments. In order to meaningfully contribute to the profession, they must continuously strengthen their intellectual foundation with upgrades and skills to face the challenging real life situations. Today, the term continuing education has become quite common in academic and professional circles. At a basic level, continuing education can be described as a tool that helps to improve the skills and competencies of individuals so that their intellectual assets develop an enduring value. It's actually a tool for lifelong learning. Continuing education can take on two forms. The first is the individual route of self-learning, and the second is the institutional arrangement for collaborative learning. Two events in the recent past, one global and the other national, can motivate us to take the path of continuing education. Let's take a look at what are these events. The first one is the coronavirus pandemic, which has taken the world by storm. The architecture community is at the junction of disease and economic catastrophe. The fear of contamination today controls the kind of spaces that will be accepted in the coming future. Architects are speaking of modifying existing design strategies, achieving self-sufficiency, making technological progress, innovating, finding new markets for sourcing materials and products, and facing social change. Actually, it is now a time for professionals to come out of their comfort zone, to introspect, analyze and evaluate their own competencies, and identify gaps. Beyond that, they must also strengthen their learning efforts to maintain the zeal to face the uncertainties of the future. The second event is the National Education Policy 2020, which was recently approved by the Government of India. This policy aims at providing support, scholarship, motivation, and freedom for an equitable and inclusive education system. If you look at the policy, some of the key fundamental principles include multidisciplinary and holistic education, synergy in curriculum and revamping of the pedagogy, creativity and critical thinking, continuous professional development of teachers and faculty, outstanding research, and facilitation of community participation. These are just a few, and there is an amazing array of initiatives and offers several insights for upgradation of the knowledge base and skills of educators, inclusion of practitioners, and involvement of the industry in the education process. Our profession is such that we need equal involvement from all these three sectors for putting up or bringing into practice capable professionals. The NEP also motivates the setting up of institutional arrangements for collaborative learning. Let's take a look at what these arrangements could be. The first is the creation of collaborative platforms. Local and national organizations in the area of built environment, like the Indian Institute of Architects, the Architects, Engineers and Surveyors Association, Builder Association, all these can come together and collaborate for dialogue, discussion and debates aimed at a better understanding of professional issues, theories and best practices. The second is the creation of co-learning opportunities. Like-minded schools can come together to hold hands, organize learning partnerships with architectural firms and practices and industry. They can invite product manufacturers, business enterprises, providers, and publishing houses of trade journals and magazines in the construction industry to offer platforms for discourse and information on emerging technologies and innovative design strategies. At the same time, new materials can be showcased and new markets can be identified. The third and a very important domain is research. Educational institutions and research centers can encourage students and faculty to undertake research in contextually appropriate areas to address the issues related to society, location, and period. Research, to be meaningful, must not only focus toward the problem, but also suggest probable solutions so that policymakers can make use of this information. Monitoring, documenting, and dissemination of the educational content of the research projects would be of immense benefit to the fraternity. Today, the pandemic has thrown us onto the virtual platform, and the virtual platform is a very exciting one which offers unlimited opportunities. We have the massive open online courses, popularly called the MOOCs, and online lectures which have a rich knowledge content. Many of these MOOCs come with a certification which has worldwide acceptability. There is also a possibility of bringing library resources, research outcomes, and experts from across the country on the digital platform. This can allow us to bring experiences and information into virtual classrooms and webinars without getting into the hassles of travel, commute, accommodation, and other nitty-gritties. There are so many avenues for learning and growth for all. This period of uncertainty is a small one, but at the end of this uncertainty, there is definitely a huge number of opportunities which are waiting to be explored. Let us strengthen ourselves in the meanwhile. We cannot direct the wind surely, but we can certainly adjust the sails to overcome adversity and achieve success and satisfaction. I wish all the very best to all the participants, jury members, and organizers of this excellent conference and look forward for more meaningful discourses henceforth. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Uh, the Your message was very much true, and I remember it was during the training sessions that we have had at COA that actually the initiation of any conference or inculcating research into students as well as us has started. And this is the first conference, and unfortunate that we have to have it in the electronic mode, but good point is that we could now connect with a lot of people across the country and bring them on a portal, and we can have them talk even during the panels. So in a way the pandemic has helped, which otherwise would have been difficult to get people to the institute with certain limitations that keep happening. Thank you so much for always being there with our college, for architecture, for architectural continuous continuing education. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thanks for being live as well with us.
Thank you, Prachi.
Deena, ma'am, with your yes. Thank you, ma'am. Leena, ma'am, with your permission, we will now begin the first panel of the day, which is ARP Panel 1 for academicians, researchers, and practitioners.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah. Yes, so the panel members today to review the presentations is our Professor Leena Devnath, Principal herself. She's done her Masters of City Planning from IIT Kharagpur and graduate from Calcutta. She's been our principal and has been associated with the institute since almost 2000. It has been almost 20 years for her to be with us. She has been our guide and a lot of support for all the activities that we wish to conduct under the roof of Allana College of Architecture. She's been felicitated for her excellent contribution to architecture education by IIA Pune Center's Teachers Day program in 2017 and also by Azam campus in 2018. She got the trophy of appreciation. She has won it for us for ACOA in the 5th PCRF BG Shirke Vidyarthi Awards function, where a lot of our students every year participate, and they also win a lot of awards. Our external jury member today, who has joined us already, is Dr. Sudhnya Mahimkar. She's done her PhD in architecture from University of Pune. She's done her master's in town planning from COAP and has been a graduate from Mumbai University. She is presently the principal at Pillai College of Architecture, Panvel. She is the chairman of BOS, Board of Studies of Architecture with Pune University, and she's also been guiding a lot of PhD students from Amity University. She has already published 18 research papers.
Prachi ma'am, sorry to interrupt,
Yes,
but I'm not
yes,
chairman of BOS,
yes,
I
ma'am.
am member BOS.
Okay, sorry. Okay. Yeah, small correction. She's a member of US, yet you are contributing to the Board of Studies of Architecture of Pune University. Yeah,
Definitely.
chairman is Abhijit Mathur, sir. Yeah, sorry, that's a typing error. Yeah. So she has already published the research paper and she's been guiding a lot of PhD students. So today we start our panel with with Rastika Chodankar. She's already there with us online. She sent a PPT and she'll be doing the voiceover from her ID. Yes, Rastika, you will start, please. Rasika, please unmute yourself. Architect Rasika. Yeah, she's there. Please unmute yourself.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes, now. Please start. Yes, please
Yes.
start now.
Good morning. I am Architect Rasika Cholankar, an Associate Professor to Aditya College of Architecture. I have completed my Masters in Construction Management. I have over 20 years of industry experience and a very satisfying academic experience for the last 5 years. It still continues. I thank the organizers and team of Allana College of Architecture for giving me this opportunity to present my research paper in front of this august and esteemed panel. Next slide. Yeah, this one. The topic of my research paper is identification of material mismanagement for slum rehabilitation authority projects in Mumbai. Next slide. Now, to understand this issue in detail, we need to understand that SRA projects in Mumbai are mainly undertaken by small and medium-sized enterprises or SMEs. Generally, these are poorly equipped to use sophisticated information and management technology. Thus, in these projects, it leads to mismanagement of construction materials, which generally comprises of 60 to 70% of the total project cost, sometimes even more. Therefore, we see that proper management of materials becomes a highly effective strategy to substantially improve feasibility and reduce cost of projects. Next. Hence, the aim of this study was to identify the factors involved in management and handling of construction materials and to study the factors responsible for the increase in the actual material usage as compared to the estimated usage. Now, in order to achieve this, it was important to define the scope of this study. The focus of the study was limited to SRA projects in Borivali East area of Mumbai, while materials selected for tracking were limited to concrete and steel, since they are the major contributors to material cost in RCC construction. Gap analysis was done to study the estimated and actual usage, and S curves were used to study the result.
Excuse me, ma'am. We have lost your audio. Rasika, ma'am. Excuse me, Rasika, ma'am. It's mute again. Shall we move on? We will just wait for her to come back. Yeah, she is. Please unmute yourself.
Yeah, now can you hear me?
Yeah,
Audible
yeah.
now?
Please go on.
Till where did this slide? Do I start with this slide again?
Yeah, impact of material management.
Okay.
Yeah.
The aim of this study was to understand the importance of material management, we need to understand its impact. In absence of proper management, the impact on the project is adverse. It leads to delays in completion time and an increase in expenses. Poor planning and procurement results in the mishandling of materials and thus an increase in the wastage. In addition, the quality of the project suffers due to the decline in the quality of materials as well as the productivity of the labor. On the other hand, effective material management has a positive impact. It leads to optimization of the project, saving in cost, maximization of quality, and improvement in productivity, along with minimization of waste. So the takeaway from all of this is that material management has an impact that is cumulative in nature. Next, please. Now to study this more closely, three case studies were selected, which were from Devipada region of Borivali. As can be seen in the map on the right, that is the location map, all the three projects are SRA projects situated in the same locality, very quite close to the highway on the right. The image on the left shows the slum density on one of the project plots before its commencement. The photo below shows the actual on-ground conditions of the same. Now in the center is the layout for the same project. In the center. So this is the layout. This is the same layout for the project, slum map that we see on the left. Now the other photographs show the slum dwellers cannot be completely cleared of the plot and the projects are undertaken in phase manner. So even the planning of the project is done in phase wise. Now to see more details of the selected case study, the chart on this slide, yes. So all these details are available of all the three case studies for comparison. We have the plot area, building type. Now from here we can see that all the projects were undertaken by SMEs and all have RCC construction. The bottom figure shows the actual construction time and cost, which are larger than the estimated figures by a substantial margin. Now, in order to understand these gaps, we turn our focus to the S-curve analysis of this data. Yes. Now, using the estimated and the actual material usage data, S-curves were generated with respect to time. As we can see, the deviation in the usage of cement is in the range of 20 to 25%. So these are the different case studies and you have the estimated and the actual material usage of cement. Similarly, next slide please. We have sand, aggregate, in all the three we can see the deviation. And the next slide, cement, and this is steel. So from this, we observe the nature and the magnitude of the deviation in the estimated and the actual quantity. Next slide. Now we move into the gap analysis and see what factors are responsible for these deviations. In order to achieve this, data was obtained in the form of usage statistics and questionnaires. It was observed that although the projects are prone to numerous changes in the plan, mainly due to the nature of SRA projects, the BOQ and estimation prepared at the commencement stage does not undergo periodic updating. This leads to the deviation which propagate to every aspect of the material management of the project. Next. Now here in the chart, we can note the deviations in the estimated cost and actual cost, as well as the deviations in the actual and the estimated construction periods. We also note that the impact of increase in project cost results in project delays and the impact of the delays result in 10 to 15% projected loss. This can sometimes lead to the project being abandoned. In order to improve this situation, we need to understand where exactly these gaps in material management emerge. So this chart shows us that. Now, for the ease of understanding, the project has been divided into 3 stages: the pre-construction stage, construction, and post-construction. As we can see, the identified gaps lead to an overrun in the material quantity, project cost, and time. So in this chart, it is very clear that if there is that the line where the estimated quantity and cost, and then you have the overrun, which is the actual quantity and cost. Now these gaps were categorized based on the activities during each stages. So during pre-construction, we have estimation. The construction stage includes procurement, logistics, handling, storage, usage of construction materials, monitoring, wastage, and finishing. Each of these categories were studied in detail and gaps identified. Now we can examine them in the next slide. Yes, here each of these gaps are identified in detail. Now, as in estimation we have already discussed, they do not undergo periodic updating. And with the lack of established material management policies and qualified personnel to handle them, we see that there were issues with over-ordering and wastage, delays in material supply, mishandling of the materials, as well as their improper storage. All of these can be improved with the help of established material management practices. The other can be seen in the next slide. The other gaps. Yeah. The construction methods that were being used in these SRA projects led to wastage. And inadequate supervision only amplified this problem, as a lack of proper and periodic inspection led to rework required on the site. Lastly, due to the nature of SRA project, it is impossible to do a in-depth testing prior to excavation, leading to possibility that an unexpected feature of the site or site boundary issues can substantially affect the initial estimate, and recalculation after alteration is not done and is identified as a gap. Now, these issues are major factors which are responsible for the increased wastage and project cost. So we can clearly see that material management is important to the success of a construction project, especially SRA projects in Mumbai, undertaken by SMEs, since they are highly susceptible to the adverse effect of material mismanagement. It is possible for an SME to tackle such mismanagement using suitable combination of established management techniques, using softwares like MSP and BIM for real-time updating as per site condition, techniques like EOQ and just-in-time, and updated construction methods can all ensure that management of the materials become as efficient as possible. Coupled with a qualified personnel in charge of this endeavor and open lines of communication, the identified gaps in material management can be tackled effectively. Thus, we can conclude that the efficient material management has a significant impact on the success and feasibility of SRA projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Architect Rasika. Sudhnya ma'am, your views please on this.
Sorry for the interruption in between.
Yes, somebody wanted
Yes,
to say
Sudhnya.
something. I heard sorry for interruption or something.
Yeah.
Anyways, so Rasika, I think the topic that you have selected is of a major concern for construction industry. That is the gap in the estimated cost and the actual expenditure for materials. But my concern is basically, see, when we are calling it a research, the research has to be addressing some generic issue and then maybe focusing on a particular topic. Okay, so in this, what I feel personally is this is something like a doctor diagnosing a patient. Okay, so because particularly the study that you had done is very focused, I would say a very narrow, that is Borivali East, and a particular project you have taken 3 case studies, that too in the same area, same location. So it is quite possible that in that particular area there may be some inherent issues existing. Okay, that is one thing. We don't know who are the developers, whether all the 3 projects are developed by the same developer, or maybe the different developers. So that also we don't know. So that is my concern, that it has become very narrow.
Okay.
Okay. Another thing is, when I went through your abstract, the abstract is not explaining much about your project. Okay, because research talks about whatever is the background study, then whatever literature study, then the gap that is needed, whether this research is really needed. Okay, and whatever the methodology that you have followed. See, in research, methodology is very important. So in your abstract, I don't see. Of course, in your presentation, you have already explained it, that how you have studied and S curves that you have found out. So that is fine. But in abstract, I think you should have given at least 1 or 2 lines of each of these
Sure.
methodologies.
Sure.
Okay. Another thing is, see, identification in whatever this cost management or material management, that must be a part of any project management, maybe the project management job. Like you are an audit person and you went to these 3 buildings, and then you found out that when you went through all the records and documentation, and then you found out that okay, see, these are the problems where your cost has increased. So that is my concern, that instead of research, it looks like a project. It looks like a job of a project manager. Okay, so that research element is somewhere missing. That is my concern. And the last thing is the suggestion, that okay, you went through all these things. So what are your suggestions? Whether you are providing some model to follow everyone who are facing such kind of problems.
Can
Yeah,
I,
this is my question.
can I answer?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Now, regarding your first query, the point that it is very localized, the reason being that it is,
Mhm.
we have seen this in general. It is a generalized issue. The only thing is that I have been an architect on these projects. As a part of this, I know this, and this is there in other areas also. But the developers were different, and the main issue which I found lacking was that SMEs, the small, all the 3 were different developers, and that is all there in
Okay.
my catalog. It is just the issue of the number of words, because of which we have not given the information in the report. But I have the entire report. So
Definitely, you must
they
be
are
having.
different, and mainly what happened is that the person in charge, they find project managers as an unnecessary expense. To have a professional is an unnecessary expense, which is the mentality of these developers, which was something which I wanted to highlight. Okay, so a
Okay.
person who is trained, a project manager, why is he needed? Because he knows all these simple things also, which we think is very simple. They do not follow this, and they have somebody from their relative handling the project, the SMEs who. So this leads to, I have seen this, and in the first phase, after I prepared the report, actually I showed it, and in the second phase they have agreed. Actually, that is that was the whole thing which had been done, and so I thought it would be a good thing to propose as a report, and can be shown to other developers also, that this is the difference. Project manager, if he is the expense of him against the loss in your project cost, can it covers it up, and much more you get. So this was the issue behind my going into this research. So actually, it was more to prove to the developers that a project manager, we do construction management, and we have
Correct.
students who would be, or other academy, people who are trained. But these SMEs think of it. Of course, the larger companies keep project managers, but the smaller developers don't. And we do have a lot of them in suburbs or in these areas who are developing SRA projects. So the whole concern came from there, and it developed into a research paper. So it is actually not, as a researcher I didn't go, it was a live situation which I saw over the period. And I am happy to say that in the second phase, the same developers have agreed and kept project managers now. So it is a good
Great,
thing
great.
for our profession also. And and I
So
agree that
should I ask you? Yeah, yeah. You
I
continue.
agree with your point that from a researcher point of view, maybe it does need to be put up in a more elaborate manner, as to show that it is a generalized issue. And also the fact that conclusions which I say, which we find very common, as I have given them, even if they implement those simple techniques which we learn of construction project, a person who has done construction management knows all this. This is all taught in the syllabus. So a project manager will be able to do it, the difference immediately. There will be an immediate difference when a person in charge. Therefore, I have mentioned in the conclusions that having coupled with a person in charge who knows these simple techniques of management can also make a lot of difference. That is, that was one of the major.
Now should I ask you one key question?
Yeah, please.
Okay, like particularly for the small and medium developers, you are saying. No? So, isn't it that they might have put the cost intentionally low in the initial stage to get the project?
Yes, I had, in fact, in my, yeah, it is written also that the bidding process is based
So
on that they have
that's
bidded, low, and their bidding is based on their project experience of the previous projects whichever they have done. So it is very rough, and yeah, and they do not understand the costing. Real time doesn't come to them, and there is a lot of
no,
delay.
no, no, no. My point is, it isn't it a it may be a trick to get the tender when you project the initial cost as low, and once you get it, they are aware that definitely the cost is going to increase, and they are prepared for that. So
So
this
that
is a
much,
very
yes, yes, ma'am.
practical thing.
Yes, but that much increase, this which I have mentioned, no, is after their calculated increase. I know their real figures also. That is the reason I have the confidence to say that their real figures which they expected, and tendering, of course, and bidding for it is an secondary, is an issue. But the point is that in spite of their original estimation, this the losses are. And another thing, as I said, why I have specified SRA is they have a unique combination. You cannot clear the whole site. So they have to do, initial investment is very heavy. So they, and if there is any project delay, they are not able to sustain that. So all of this has to have a very much, project management is extremely important for such projects. This is what I wanted to emphasize on. Why these projects? Because other projects, if you have a clear site, you can even
Yeah, okay, okay. I think that is understood.
yeah.
That
So
is
that
understood.
was
Yeah, Prachi ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I will request Lina ma'am to give her view.
Thank you, ma'am, for the
I think Sudhya Mahinkar ma'am has already mentioned the salient points. I don't have much more to say. And I would request Prachi ma'am, I will sum up everything or whatever I have to say. I will say at the end of the session
Okay.
so that the participants can go on with the presentations.
Okay.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Sudhya ma'am. We will move on to the next presenter, architect Indrajit from our practitioner category. Indrajit, please start presenting. Please unmute yourself.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning,
Yeah.
everyone. My name is Architect Indrajit Dhule. I am graduate from Allana College of Architecture in 2017 and secured the gold medal as well. After which I worked in Vastu Shilpa consultant. So my research paper is evolving learning spaces. Uh, so there has been a great evolution in education and learning style to which architecture spaces are trying to cater to. Yet there are some areas in architecture where it is not responding. In order to understand the gap between the pre-university phase and what happens right now, when the student is taking these crucial decisions, this was the intent of the research. Next slide, please. So the focus has been given to this threshold of the 11th and 12th standard students, which is like the pre-university phase, where the students make their crucial decisions and the education, the architecture over here with respect to the education which is getting progressed remains stagnant. The scope of the research has been limited to Pune city itself, and the research has been focused only to classroom learnings. The impacts of the educational building or the campuses have not been studied in detail, but just the immediate context has been touched upon. Next, please. So the methodology has been taken into two parts. The primary data, where I have surveyed the end users of the classrooms, and through secondary data through a literature review. Next, please. To understand this in more detail, I studied the evolution of education and architecture through a book, History of Education in India, written by J.P. Nayak and Syed Nurullah. The entire book focuses more into the influence of the British policies and how the education system changed accordingly. Before the British era, there have been different kingdoms like Kannauj, Dhar, Mithila, and certain universities. I'm sorry. Hello. Hello.
Yes, Indrajit. Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah,
Okay,
we can
okay.
hear you.
According to the different universities such as Nalanda, Takshashila, which evolved eventually. Also, an emphasis was given to the different linguistic states, and based on that, the different educational systems also flourished. In India, the confluence of spirituality and education was one of the key important factors, and the growth of temples was a sign for growth of education as well. Next, please. In this, I then studied the different uh, in this, I then studied the different periods from the book itself, where the initial starting was from the Guru Shishya Parampara, where the most of the teaching learning process was focused on Upanishads. The entire socioeconomic factor was where the affluent class like Kshatriyas, kings, landlords were taking the education, and most of the education was imparted by the Brahmin class to help impart knowledge and also help them to earn their livelihood. Following which the Gupta and the Harshada period, we experienced different universities such as with international reputation such as Takshashila and Nalanda. Moving towards the 19th century, what happened was then the education was being able to be afforded only by the good people with good financial conditions, and people who were not able to afford it started quitting the education due to their financial reasons, and even the masters suffered from financial crunch that led to the decay of the educational conditions. Influence of the British East India Company also created a major impact in India for education systems. The idea to spread Christianity was also influence which introduced different patterns such as the primary education, secondary education, and schools and colleges were also formed. In order to allow educational access to everyone, different institutes such as aided institutes and unaided institutes were also formed. And the influence of diarchy has also been a part of our education system, which at the end has made the establishment of universities. India holds the largest number of youth population according to the United Nations 2014 report. Next, please. Which makes me question the importance of education and how the technology also has now been a big influence to the entire educational process. Next, please. To understand these aspects in more detail, I shortlisted 11th and 12th standard classrooms in Pune itself. The confidentiality of the case studies has been kept anonymous to give due respect. The establishments of the university, the case studies chosen are from different years of establishment. I also took the student teacher ratio, the areas of the classroom, the area per student which is being given into the classroom. What are the possibilities for outdoor learnings? What is the acceptance level for the technology, and other existing classrooms getting adapted to it? And a primary survey with respect to students and the teachers for the classrooms was being taken. Next, please. So the case example one, which is there, is which is a heritage institute, and a new classroom module has been introduced as an extension to the same classroom. More or less, the classroom has been taken of the similar character as a tiered classroom. The positive of this classroom is that the students are directly connected to the teacher, and there is a large student teacher ratio which can be managed in this way. More or less, one thing which I found was that there was no innovative technological aspect which was added to the classroom, while the switch from the new old classrooms to new classrooms was being done. Next, please. This is another. Next, please. Yes. So this is another reputed institute, but the problem here is that due to this classroom arrangement, there is a lack of there is a lot of discomfort in the students and the teachers as well. Light ventilation becomes a big issue, because of which there is mismanagement and chaos in the classroom. Students find it uncomfortable, and the teachers as well are finding it difficult to manage the classroom. Next, please. The third example, the classroom lacks good daylighting, and what happens because of this linear arrangement is that the students get disconnected, the last benches especially, get disconnected with the blackboard, and the legibility is also a big concern. The high teacher ratios in these classrooms led me to think about, are there any classrooms, next please, with a lesser student teacher ratio? To which I found out this institute where a student teacher ratio of 1 is to 20 has been established. This classroom works as a very interesting module where there has been a good implementation of technology, and because of the furniture which is movable and which creates a different configuration and allows flexibility as well. And the drawback of this module is that not every institute or every student can afford this kind of a luxury. Next, please. All the four case examples were being taken, and the students were asked given four different images, and they were asked what kind of a layout would they like to prefer. Out of all the students and the teachers, most of them preferred option A and option C. Reason being, they wanted a direct connection to the teacher, because the mode in which 11th and 12th standard teaching learning process happens demands so. Though the option B is very interesting to look at, the entire students were not really keen on this option as well. And obviously, most of them were not interested to have option D, which is like the stereotype which is being followed right now. Next, please. Students and teachers were also asked to rate the classrooms based on light, ventilation, and acoustics. So most of the students and teachers were happy with the case example 4. And also with a higher teacher ratio, the case example 1 also showed a good rating. Next, please. So also another thing which was asked in the survey was that how can the classroom adapt to outdoor classroom learnings? And the teachers and students were very enthusiastic about this factor. Students were not really well aware about how this possibility could be, but they were trying to give me ideas. teachers were also concerned about what would be the disturbance which would be caused while I'm teaching in the class or so. But some of them even went with an excitement to tell that, oh, we can use the trees to hang blackboards, and this can become a very interesting module to impart education. According to me, a collaborative initiative where the designer allows the space to be designed by the teachers and students, which will create more attachment towards the space. A flexible module where the students can get an idea where they can also play a part in designing the classroom will also create that attachment to them. With different factors considered, I would also like to touch upon these three aspects where teaching style has become an evolution and it's getting progressed. And what happens is that we need to be the bold advocates of the new changes which are coming in place. We need to also think about the different time which is invested in instruction and how we can focus on classrooms which are into more of experiential based engagement classrooms. The design layouts and the seating layouts and the design also plays an important role. This actually brings me to the survey back where the students were asked about the different classroom layouts and how the importance of the visual connection where the teacher can at a glance see the entire class and understand what each and every student's expression is, and how the student can also get connected to the teacher while the teaching is in progress is a very important factor. Another aspect is the objects and decorations which are there in the classroom. The classroom should not be too busy with too many posters or something, but some harmony should be maintained so that the entire focus is towards the blackboard or the teacher who's teaching. Next, please. These were some inferences and some sketches and diagrams which I did while conducting the research. The circulation of informal spaces need to complement so as to come up with ideal learning space. The learning spaces of junior college should be of various typologies. The fact that no subject is similar justifies this. Learning process related to theory should be dealt differently, while subjects with analytical understanding should be planned for discussions and group activities. Technology provided should be maintained and used. The learning space can be reinterpreting in the 12th standard context, a classroom where theory lectures that open up into another space exclusively for practical knowledge, promoting innovative teaching policies. Next, please. There were certain do's and don'ts as recommendations which I did as per the survey which was being conducted. I also attempted to find what could be the ideal ratio of the classroom proportions to have a better teaching learning with keeping in due respect that in India we face a high student teacher ratio, and suitable to our Indian context, what could be the right figures for per student areas and things like that. Next, please. The research intended to study classrooms and the architectural response. The important considerations to our context are the intake of students. It is not always feasible for all institutes to maintain these proportions due to the factors like economy, student background, and the intake demand. Thus, the recommendations can be used. The relationship of discipline, teaching learning mode, and space has a strong relationship that needs to be considered by the designer. A holistic approach needs to be given to design a learning space. The success of the old institutes can be understood and why this can help the new institutes. And the old institutes can also look at the new upcoming institutes to incorporate the new technologies which can be there. Next, please. These were some of the references which I used while taking the research. I would also like to thank architect Aditi Deshpande ma'am, architect Manas Marathe sir, and architect Chandrakant Kataria sir for guiding me with their valuable inputs for this research. Thank you.
Thank you, Indrajit. Sudhna ma'am, your views, please. Please unmute yourself, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
Indrajit, I
Audible.
think this is a very interesting topic, particularly for all the academicians like us. Uh, you have submitted or worked on this topic much before this pandemic and all, right? and you have
Yes, ma'am.
submitted your presentation also.
Yes, ma'am.
So do you think now, maybe in last 4 5 months, the whole picture has changed? uh, we have new teaching learning methodologies that we are all exploring and experimenting with. Okay, that is one thing. And second very important change in our education system is the introduction of new national education policy. I think in which they are considering lots of the factors like whatever you have mentioned, that is teaching learning methods and all, and the various subjects that are introduced, and the different environment that will require for that subject to be learned. Maybe means we are little optimistic, but I think this may take into cognizance all these requirements, the new national education policy. And another thing is this online learning methods. So probably that in your further research you may consider these aspects also. Okay, one thing I did not understand is why are you focusing on 11th and 12th, and how that is being different from your 9th and 10th, or maybe say in whatever BSc or BCom. I'm not considering architecture because architecture has a completely different learning environment. Okay, so not architecture, but any general stream, that is maybe science, commerce, arts. Okay, so how that 11th and 12th will be different than 9th and 10th or 13th and 14th? So that is
Ma'am,
my one
yeah.
concern. Yeah, okay, you can answer that.
Ma'am, with the pandemic situations and all, I definitely feel that anything is like whatever we used to think is impossible is now possible. And with
Yes.
this, the initial ideas and the mindset which I had about the research also, I feel there are many mental barriers which we have which can be broken. And I would definitely consider the points which you have given me with respect to how now with the new policies and things, what can the research take more into depth. Ma'am, also, ma'am, with respect to the 11th and 12th standard classrooms, which you are saying, my entire focus over there was because as a student, when I was myself in 11th and 12th standard, I felt that till 10th standard, the entire learning and everything becomes very focused in the curriculum which we have in Pune city, and the teachers and the parents are there to guide you. What happens in the 11th, 12th standard is that the pre-tag of junior college which comes, and where the students are, allowed to take different streams and choose their career paths also. And in this, I feel that they should have more different exposures and more they should have more freedom to choose different subjects and things like that. And what happens is in these 11, 12 standard classrooms, more or less the infrastructure which I felt or the adapt to the new technology is not focused much on. Like in the That's why I called it the pre-university phase also in the research, because more or less when once the university phase starts, more or less the education then takes shape. That's the only reason I focused on the 11th and 12th standards.
Yeah, my whole point was how the spatial requirements will change for education in 9th and 10th, or 11th or 12th, or 13th and 14th. Because whatever little open spaces, semi-open spaces, and the interactive spaces, and the teacher to students interaction, maybe visual interaction and physical interaction that you are talking about, is applicable everywhere. Okay, anyways, so my second point is the student teacher ratio and the space requirements, and what you are talking about, isn't it specified in the guidelines? Maybe if you look through the guidelines for international schools, that is IB schools or CBSE schools, they have, I think, very specified guidelines. They have very little uh, intake, that may be 20 or 40, limited to that. Even the teacher student ratio is specified, the area per student is specified, and these particular schools are coming up very well in terms of this uh, space ratio as well as student teachers ratio. So if we follow maybe in boards, that is Maharashtra board or SSC or HSC board, their requirements may be little different or our old pattern may be little different, but this new pattern has already come up and they are insisting on following these standards. So if we just follow these standards, then your issues will be resolved.
Ma'am, the IB schools which are there, so more or less they are having a better student-teacher ratio which they have been given.
Precisely.
Of course, the case examples, the first three case examples which I spoke about also follow the guidelines. But what happens is because of the context which we, like the education system we have in, not everyone is able to afford that kind of a luxury. So what my research was the intent of an intent that maybe even with a higher student teacher ratio, what as an architect can I do so as to make it a better way of a classroom module.
Okay, so I think it has a very good potential, the topic, and you can take it ahead now that new national policy says that 11, 12 will be abolished. Okay, and we
Yes,
have a
ma'am,
new pattern,
definitely I
so
will.
your 11, 12 should be kept aside and start afresh and think
Yes,
of
ma'am.
other factors also.
Yes, ma'am, definitely.
All
Thank
the
you so
best.
much.
Thank you, Sudhya ma'am. As mentioned before, I will invite Leena ma'am at the end of the presentations of this session. We will begin. Thank you, Indrajit. We will begin with our next presentation by architect Vinish Desai, faculty at Allana College of Architecture.
Am I audible?
Vinish, please join in. Yes, audible.
Am I audible? Very good morning to all.
Yes, volume is
I
little low.
Am I audible now?
Yeah, audible,
Am I audible?
but a little low volume is there.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, please go on.
Very good morning to all. I request the esteemed panel to allow me to keep my video off until the presentation ends to save on bandwidth. My name is Vinish Desai and I would be presenting my research paper on architectural pedagogy. I'm a practicing architect and a teacher. After my graduation, I worked in a specialized engineering firm to pursue my liking for the subject of applied engineering. My journey into teaching started with lectures on special structures. After being inducted into the formal fold of academics, I have made humble attempts to expand the subject while reaching the approach to everyone. Next slide, please. This paper examines the methods by which we can improve the qualitative understanding of engineering through its integration with other subjects at an undergraduate level. Next slide. Architecture started out as an all-inclusive science of providing for mankind through building. It had no formal divisions. It covered heavy engineering and warfare too, as marked by Vitruvius. He accords this responsibility of building to a highly trained person from inception to completion, whom we call the architect, which actually means a chief builder. An architect shall balance the virtues of utility, strength, and beauty in a building, he stated. Oldest Hindu mythology talks of Vishwakarma as the builder of the universe, who took over the task of bringing to bloom the seed of Brahma's creation. After master planning the universe, he went on to provide his divine services to an esteemed clientele which included Krishna and Pandavas. Imhotep was an ancient Egyptian priest and a medical practitioner who turned to architecture and went on to build not a house or a palace, but nothing less than the world's first monumental pile of stones, a stepped pyramid. Further down, we have the master mason builders of Gothic movement, who hoisted tons of stone in high air in shockingly articulate frameworks. They were celebrities who impaled the skies with spires, feats of engineering. They toiled on site and took risks based on comprehensive building knowledge. In short, it was a mastery of building with intuitive and empirical knowledge in the absence of scientific theory. 17th century and its wake saw the likes of Galileo, Newton, and Euler blaze through with precise explanation of phenomena. Theory became an inevitable direction for practice and education in architecture. Engineering was now a formidable subject of calculation intensity and numerical accuracy. It simply meant that there were no scope for accepted until it was proven. Buildings became complex technological solutions to greater problems of the masses and stepped out of artistic preoccupation of the few. Architecture as a practice in the present times is a collaboration of three principal disciplines: design, engineering, and construction. These disciplines work together to make a structure for human living and functioning. We can presume them to work in an expected linear fashion as a simple sequence of events. Next slide. But holistically, it's an integrated process of co-working which improves with early teamwork, a cyclic exchange in which the team has to present a comprehensive solution. Moreover, each discipline has expanded and diversified into specialized branches to handle the growing parameters and complexities of architectural design services. In education, these principal disciplines turn into core subjects, while the specializations are allied subjects chosen as per course outline. An integrated design team continues this collaboration beyond a project with an enriching database and a renewed potential. Disciplines expand on this potential based on factors of time, cost, and working freedom. This expansion is much higher for design than engineering, and it is the least for construction, as factors get more compact and material. A defining area overlap of the three regions is where our project sits. For design, a project is a creative stop in limitless mental exploration. For engineering, it's a numerical solution beyond which lies possibility of theoretical extrapolation. For construction, it is material realization and only a resultant of the process of experimentation. At once, mental creativity seems much easier. It is very much like the celestial lever of Archimedes. It could be imagined very early on, calculated many years later, but can never be built. Since we are working on collaboration and integration in practice, the same should be adopted in education as well, as logic would say. The process of integration is not explicitly detailed in the syllabus and is left to the interpretation of the teaching staff. In a sense, it has to be orchestrated by the teachers to mimic the situation in practice. This paper examines methods adopted for integration of engineering with other subjects in architectural education. It also suggests ways to enhance the approach by way of improving on the current methods, by introducing new methods, and still further by planning independent initiatives outside of regular academics. The research is based on my experiments in academics. The scope of study is focused on qualitative aspects of engineering and not strictly on quantitative aspects. In the course of practice, architects are focused on qualitative understanding of engineering concepts acquired by studying the behavior of elements in a structure. This can be used to evaluate design options and to streamline thinking directions even before interfacing the engineer. Next slide. First, we need to establish connections, not just lateral or vertical, but multi-directional. Engineering subjects do not understand architectural applications based on creativity, but objectively justify them on theoretical reasoning and problem solving. It is appropriate that an engineer teaches engineering subjects for the depth of knowledge. Also, it brings about the minimal exchange that happens between the two professions, which are otherwise in an academic quarantine from each other. We want engineers to be a part of our institutes. So it is not a solution that only architects take up engineering to solve the issue of communication. However, an architect assisting the engineer in bringing in the parallel creative connections is a wonderful proposition. In addition, connections of other subjects to engineering have to be taken up. This slide shows connections to elementary shelters which go on structural logic. Most often, fundamentals are missed as the elementary seems unimportant. Engineering too has a history which moves in parallel with architecture. Next slide. Here the connections have gone deeper and transformed into framing logic. Man cannot burrow into the ground or live in a cave always. He has to build on ground, and to build that he has to erect frameworks. Frameworks are 3D networks of material deployment, but easier understood as 2D diagrams, much like matchstick models. They are timeless in their logic, from native tribes to application in space. From a teepee of native Indians to the Mir space station, it shows a remarkable framework transforming from 2D to 3D. Each diagram comes with keywords of engineering and draws connections to architectural equivalents at right points. The photos are chosen with care. The job of the photos here is to send the message, of course, but also to create an unsettling happiness of discovering amazing facts. Next slide. Creating a narrative. Theories are best comprehended through a graphic narrative. Students in architecture get inclined towards graphics, which becomes a medium of communication for most subjects. In stark contrast, textbooks of engineering tackle heavy scientific theory with objective brevity and minimal graphics. They do not have any introductory preface connecting to architecture. They are borrowed from engineering courses, as architecture in itself doesn't have customized engineering textbooks. A storyboard narrative with graphics becomes a memory tool to retain the understanding, even if the specifics of calculations are lost to time. It can start with humor and willful exaggeration to break inertia and thrust the point forward. Then it gradually shifts into first gear using a rational reduction to engineering-based diagrams. We let engineering diagrams enter slowly but surely. Next slide. Next, we cruise into higher shifts as progress into advanced resolution of that beam element with diagrammatic addition. Keywords are few, almost one for each, precise and effective. Text reduces to the bare essential. Next slide. Take another element, a column, and impersonate it to a character. Compression is stocky and commanding like a weightlifter. Tension is light and graceful like an acrobat. The buckling logic is graphically laid out with simple experiments. Impersonation helps to communicate with your creation. Next slide. We progress into advanced resolution of the column element with diagrammatic addition, just like the exercise before. But here we drop the keywords, for they are already embedded in the psyche. We simply try to remember their sequence. With each stage, obvious data is eliminated. But yes, the weightlifter and the acrobat logic surfaces at the right points. Next slide. Next slide, please. Define the problem. As the famous engineer Ove Arup had said, engineering problems are underdefined. There are many solutions, good, bad, and indifferent. The art is to arrive at a good solution. An architect has to define the scope of expected solution, hinting to an area of specialization within engineering. In the absence of this definition, an engineering may invest energies on providing a solution contrary to the requirement, or still worse, choose an indifferent solution that is based on ease of working. The interaction does happen but lacks in a format. That format has to define the problem from the viewpoint of engineering. It should be present in the reasoning of structural choice. Next slide. Good solutions are achieved only if the problem definition is good, or else any solution seems best. A case in point is the Stansted Airport. See how the project team has defined the problem at a higher level and worked meticulously to achieve it. Note the weightlifter and acrobat logic resurfacing. That narrative has helped us understand a reasonably complex building at first glance. All options were feasible, one would make a mark. This again is a developed narrative, not absolutely real, maybe fictitious, but one that is logically placed. It's creative storytelling, much like the accentuations of a filmmaker. Next slide. Essence of theory. A student should be able to carry forward the essence of theory even if the specifics are lost to time. Diagrammatic resolutions can be retained as they interact with our logic and form the basis of complex understanding. It helps consolidate theory, which is the essence of problem solving. From essence of theory, we shift to application of theory. Here, the simple 2D determinate framing theory slowly establishes a guide to explore complex 3D frames. Note that in a very early slide on framing, calculations were intentionally avoided. CAD is used here to achieve graphical resolution and to speed up proceedings. We could sketch this, but CAD is intentional as there is more to follow as we move to the next level. Next slide. Thank heavens for CAD. Things become much easier in 3D. Here we are trying to understand tensegrity, which is a very complex thing to grasp on the platform of simple 3D framing. So if we establish correct platforms, complex understanding becomes very easy. Good time to make models and check physical working of modules. Next slide. We thank CAD profusely as stacking of modules becomes much easier and can be used to interpret built examples. If one can construct the 3D diagram of an object like this independently and maybe make a model, one has understood the theory. So let's use CAD very effectively. Whatever can be done by hand can be actually understood better. Where we start lacking with hand or where we have to save time, we move on to CAD. Next slide. Forms are also derived with experiments such as this, which works on reversal of suspended shapes. Glass marbles slung in fabric bags mimic the upward pull of helium balloons as actually planned. These are form-active designs where optimized equilibrium of physical forces decides the form within set parameters. Next slide. Next slide, please. Expanding the scale. Scale exposes us to the risk and responsibility of building. Use of tension elements activates the structure. The structures are built in a limited time, under guidance, and with a listed inventory of materials. This enacts a real-life situation. Simple joinery techniques are taught. Simple materials are used. Each student at the conclusion of the workshop presents a paper using photos, illustrations, and diagrams. In essence, the structure is your assignment, and people and your examiners are free to walk under it. Collaborative working. Design, engineering, and construction can actively collaborate in an integrated design studio. Here, a small design exercise is taken up for engineering calculations and followed by construction drawings. Next slide. Engineering needs to break out of its insulated classroom mold and explode on the grounds where people walk. It has to touch their lives and embrace their festivities. Experiments could fail miserably or wither with time, but will always leave an everlasting memory. Engineering has to be made exciting for architects and for people at large. I will end my presentation by quoting the famous English poet William Blake. Great things are done when men and mountains meet. This is not done by jostling on the street. Thank you. We can move on to the next. These are the references. And this is a thought to ponder upon. Thank you.
Thank you, Architect Vinesh Desai. Dr. Punya ma'am, your views, please. Ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. So Vinesh, first of all, I must congratulate you to make this engineering or structures subject so interesting.
Thank you.
Leena ma'am, actually, if you have a vacancy, please absorb him to teach structures. I think it is really very necessary.
He is our faculty, ma'am.
Ma'am, he is a
Okay,
part
okay,
of our,
great.
he's our faculty.
Okay. So he is teaching structures?
No, once in a while he does small structures. He doesn't regularly teach structures here.
Okay. But I think you should start that because see, when we learn, architects learn engineering from engineers, and when architect teaches it, there is a lot of difference, which actually you have elaborated here in your presentation. Okay, I really congratulate you. And you touched this very sensitive nerve of architectural education, that how this particular subject has to be taught. Because the way it is taught now in many of the colleges, I'm not saying each and every one, there are various colleges who are experimenting particularly with this subject, because many students don't like this particular subject because of maybe the way it is taught. And frankly speaking, Vinesh sir, I expected this to be reflected in your presentation also. You have explained how it should be taught. but it would have been much better if you would have compared it with the present scenario, that how it is taught and how it should be taught. Okay, so that comparative analysis would have made it more interesting and probably more research oriented. Right now, what I feel is it is more like a kind of guidelines or maybe a kind of article where uh, you are showing some direction that how it should uh, the subject should be taught. Okay. Uh, Another thing is the whatever information was there in your presentation is mostly secondary data, that is from whatever maybe the books or maybe internet that you have taken, and second was the documentation. Of course there is no harm in doing that, but there should be some research element, which I feel, at least as I said, how it is taught right now, how it should be taught. There may be some few guidelines, specific guidelines, that how you can incorporate the subject, which will benefit all the teachers maybe of this particular subject. I know Vinesh sir is very expert in understanding and maybe making students understand, but it would have been beneficial to other teachers who are teaching this subject also. So you are
Work
of
on
course
that.
giving them, yeah.
I'll work on that. What has happened is I have just, to be very frank, I never intended to go into this as a research topic, but
Okay.
I just used this opportunity provided to
Uh-huh.
write my first research paper ever. And
Okay.
I tried to put together all that I have done over so many years.
Right.
But I know
So
that it
that's
is
what
lacking
I said.
on,
It
yeah,
more looks like a
data side.
documentation than a research. But I think yes, there is a potential, and if you take the current scenario and maybe how it is taught in other countries or in some other colleges where some experimentation is being done, and then whatever are your thoughts, and then you make some comparative analysis of it, and then थोड़ा और घुसो इसके अंदर, I would say.
I'll definitely
And
do that.
yes, you can I think take it further.
Yes.
So there is a potential, a lot of potential, and there is a high need in architectural education for this particular topic. So I think you please take it ahead, and I would expect one more suggestion from you, how to remove the calculations from this subject altogether. Is it possible to remove the calculations and make it more interesting to students?
It is
Because टॉस
possible.
सुना तो बच्चे इतने डर जाते हैं. I have seen there are so many students, they are failing consecutively, 2 3 consecutive semesters they keep on failing in this particular subject. So if you can make it more interesting and provide some common guidelines for the teachers probably.
Ma'am, I would just like to narrate. I mean, I remember being a first year student, and the person who taught us talk on the very first day, he was one of the leading practitioners. But after 10 minutes of his lecture, I just thought that I'm in a wrong place because I was not naturally inclined. I was happy that maths and physics are out of my education forever because they were not my strong subjects. So I always thought of architecture more of art and
Yeah,
drawing.
yeah, yeah. So students come to
I was
architecture
shocked
because
when,
it is a creative field.
yeah. So what I've realized is you cannot remove calculations because somewhere I feel the seriousness of that subject has to be kind of impressed upon the student. But you can reduce them. There are a lot of unwanted calculations which we do. And for example, there is a lot of unwanted material we learn. I learned about a brick kiln. I don't know how learning about that brick kiln has helped me ever because I don't know much about the brick, but I know a lot about the brick kiln. I'm never going to use a brick kiln ever in my life. I never visited it. But today, if I want to really use a brick, I have to start my research all over again. So we never understand brick as compressive strength. We don't understand it in terms of weathering. We don't understand whether it could be used in tension, contrary to its identity. So these are the questions that we need to ask ourselves. But yes, calculations, as you rightly said, they kind of. I know I did a presentation at a college and it was a quick fire presentation. And I failed so miserably that there was a student who actually folded his hands and he was very happy that the presentation is over. So it was very early on when I was representing my office. So after that, I sat down and started simplifying, and the college provided an opportunity to me by asking me to lead in the framework of an elective structure and form. So this is a work of
Yeah, so
many
I
years.
think you can take it ahead, and whatever you are taking in electives, or maybe sometimes you conduct these classes, so you can make use of that, use the documentation of those classes, and probably take it ahead as a research project.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Thank you.
All the best.
I would also like to thank one person, a couple of people. First of all, my teachers who taught me engineering, and because one of them, Mr. Rahul Deshpande, was extremely good with his weekly test and progressive knowledge assimilation, and also the engineer for whom I worked, Dhananjay Dake, who is actually a mechanical engineer but moved into structural engineering and has shown remarkable understanding of architectural creativity. So I would like to kind of dedicate my work to these two people. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinesh Desai. Thank you,
Thank you.
Sudhna ma'am, for the wonderful comments about the
We have
methodological
the
part.
next presentation by architect Prayan Mehta. He is assistant professor of Arvind Bhai Patel Institute of Environmental Design.
Theory of Deviation for Partial Identification. Hello, I am Professor Prayan Mehta, and I am an educator and a spatial designer, and now also an entrepreneur. I have bachelor's in architecture. I am pursuing right now master's in philosophy from IGNU, and currently working on developing an educational platform where learners can learn using interactive technologies and which is adaptive to their knowledge. This paper is presented and submitted to NCET National Conference for Empirical Theories for by Allana College of Architecture, Pune. While starting with the paper, as an educator, I have always seen and faced this problem. The problem which I have faced and which I still face today is the fact that when I say architecture, when I say interior design, landscape design, urban design, what all I mean is spatial design because we're designing space in time. Now the problem with that is the definition of spatial design is very ambivalent, and calling it just an art is not correct because it's not just art, it's art of building, and building something requires the knowledge of science and technology which goes behind it. Because of this, throughout the globe, all the institutes, universities, colleges of spatial design, they face challenges while they are designing the curriculum for spatial design. This is so because they need to not only consider subjects of today or the past, but because this term is ambivalent and because this term is always going to improve and increase and change in the future, we as educators need to know the future needs and try to add certain subjects which are future ready. This crumbles down the entire formal setting of having a curriculum, and it is just impossible to teach students what is actually meant to be taught individually. In the same umbrella of problem, the next challenge because of that factor is the structural system of the curriculum itself. Till today, we have three types of curriculum present, or three types of structure in curriculum. One is linear, second is concentric, and third is spiral. This was all about the initial problem which I was facing as an educator. That's where the entire idea of this paper came into existence. This paper is inspired from nature because nature is the biggest spatial designer. Nature designed us. Nature designs the space around us all the time. The physical infrastructure, the trees and the bushes and the river and the ocean and the land and the mountains and the sky, all those things are elements which define space and time for us, done by the nature. Hence, I really put into consideration that why can't we get inspired to even design a curriculum based on the nature? That's where this idea came into existence of using the DNA, which is our genetic code, right, which makes us humans or any living being for that matter. And hence came this idea of theory of mutation for spatial design education. And just like the DNA, the curriculum's structure will be double helical, not linear, not concentric, not spiral. It's double helical. Sure, the nature is the biggest spatial designer and it designed a lot of things, and that is why this inspiration came. But that is not all. DNA, why I selected DNA to be the structure for the curriculum is because not that it looks really weird and fanciful, but because DNA is the reason anything or any species or anybody mutates and adapts and mutates over the period of time. That means if even our curriculum can get inspired from the mutability of the DNA structure and can be adaptive, then each learner can have their own personalized learning experience, which right now is not possible in the formal education period. Someone can argue with that point, but you ask yourself, are you as an educator able to provide personal learning education to your students, to your learners? You know the answer. You don't need to tell me. You know the answer. And that is why the learning experience needs to be adaptive, it needs to be mutable, it needs to have henceforth for spatial design specifically double helical structure. Now we talked about linear, concentric and spiral frameworks. Let's just go over the structures for it really quickly. Linear frameworks are frameworks where the curriculum is focused in one direction, right? And if we talk about spatial design education, it has either been focused solely on art direction or the science direction. So now that's a linear perspective, that's a linear framework. The next is the concentric framework. That is, when you have a focal point in the curriculum and things revolve around it. The best example is the Bauhaus curriculum structure, where the art was the focal point and the science and the craftsmanship and the finances were the outer concentric rings supporting the focal point. Now that's what a concentric framework is. The third framework, which is really common, is spiral. Now that is really interesting. Spiral framework is actually a combination of linear framework and concentric framework. It includes the direction, yet it has that priority of coming down onto one focal point, narrowing down the scope. So the current scenario of the education system, spatial design education system, is having a spiral framework where students start with a very generic idea about spatial design, and then they slowly focus down into a certain specific area of expertise in spatial design. But sadly, what has happened over the period of time is, even though the structures have actually evolved throughout the history, what didn't change is the learning theory based on which we teach, based on which we educate, based on which we guide and mentor our learners. It has been, and it has always been, most of the time, based on behaviorism learning theory, where you give something to the student, you give an assignment, you give exam, you give anything to the student, and you give something else if they behave in a certain manner. Now, this is one of the biggest loophole which will always be there if the educators don't understand different learning theories and their different approaches. Now, what is evolution? Evolution is the ability of adapting to the newer environments by mutating over time through passage of information using some code, which is DNA in this case. It is nothing but a shortcut in time. It's like a time portal, right? You're just moving into time, and our ancestors are helping us survive today. Now we have corona hitting us today. It won't be that much of a big deal tomorrow, because now in our DNA, we know, the DNA knows how to cope up with corona, and hence the newer generations fortunately will have the immunity from corona because of the mutation which happens all the time in our DNA. This is something which we call as learning from the past experiences, but it's not just us learning, our code as well. Now, the double helical mutation, which we are talking throughout the paper for the curriculum, is going to have a ladder approach, just like the DNA, where the DNA has the four proteins supporting the two strands, ATGC, right? ATGC acts like ladders, and the two strands are the main streams of the knowledge and the passage of information. Now we come down to the crux of the paper, that is the actual system based on the ideas which we just talked about. The curriculum will be double helical in structure, where the two strands will be design and technology. So one strand will be design and another strand will be technology. The ATGC will be exchanged for four crucial scales of spatial design. That is, A will be architecture, I will be interior design, U will be urban design, and L will be landscape design. So you have four scales acting in place of ATGC proteins in the DNA. Now, what does this AILU going, or how these components and four different scales going to help us design this curriculum? Now, the strand, just the curriculum, we are comparing it to the DNA. One segment of the DNA where we have four proteins, or the combination of four steps, right, will comprise of one single semester, where once a student completes two subjects, it's the mid semester, and by finishing the rest four subjects, it will be a full semester. That means each semester is going to have 6 subjects, where 2 subjects are design and technology, and the rest 4 subjects are going to be made using the 4 skills which we talked about, AILU, right? So it will be just like cooking a recipe with 4 ingredients. Each time, each semester, students will select the subjects based on the proportions of the skills they want in their semester. And then this information will be shared to the AI, and then they can correlate and coexist, and then they will have that defined subjects for particular semester. Now the entire curriculum will be minimum of 8 semesters and maximum of 10 semester. But wait, the time required to finish a semester, wait for it, is totally dependent on the learner's learning curve and forgetting Ebbinghaus forgetting curve. The learners don't need to be pressurized to learn and finish a semester in 6 months or 4 months or 2 months or 3 months. No, it's going to be 8 semesters to 10 semesters long, but it can be 10 years, it can be 20, or it can be half a year, or it can be 1 year. It depends on the learner and how fast or slow she or he wants to learn. The curriculum will be segregated into 2 major parts. The first part will be known as MITO. The second part would be known as ARM. Don't go with the nomenclature because that's my way of having fun in writing papers. But what does that represent is the MITO section will comprise of 6 semesters, and the ARM segment will have 2 to 4 semesters. The MITO section or the MITO segment of this curriculum will act as a foundation for any learner. And then the ARM segment is about having an expertise in a certain topic or a subject. The next segment is about the evaluation. Now, there are 2 parts, MITO and ARM. The evaluation systems in both the segments are more or less the same. Sure, the factors impacting the evaluation and the number of evaluations and types of evaluations, everything will change, and that can be read in details in the paper. But to understand, the evaluation system will be solely based on positive reinforcements and helping learners retain as much knowledge as possible at the end of the day, week, month, and year. And hence, by helping them and giving them things which are nothing but credits known as lifelines. So ultimately, they will gain lifelines not just through the evaluations but through various activities such as participating in conferences, workshops, and so on and so forth, or maybe assisting an educator, or maybe authoring a research paper, or maybe assisting a research paper, and so on and so forth. And they can use those lifelines. It's not just going to lie down stagnantly just like grades and marks. They can use these lifelines to do things such as skip a subject or get scholarship or things like that. What an irony it is that these things are now acknowledged by our government in the new educational reform policy. They are now acknowledging the credit-based system, and now they are into giving the credits and having the credit system established. Well, more or less, we are at the end of the paper. And before I conclude the paper, all I would like to say is theory of mutation for any education system, not just for spatial design, is really important to understand, because education should be learner centric, and it should be adaptable, interactive, and mutable over the period of time. I hope you understood the crux of the paper. If you really want to know more about the paper in depth, kindly refer to the paper, because a 20 minutes presentation, it's not suffice to explain the details of a research paper. I can go on and discuss about these things for hours, and still they may be less to explain the concept what I have tried to touch upon. So here.
Yes, Architect Prayan Mehta. Yeah.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. Sundar ma'am, your views, please.
Yeah, actually, I don't have any questions. Rather, I want to state something. First of all, what you are proposing is a revamping of syllabus. Okay. Another thing is what you are putting in here are your understandings, your observations, and probably your own opinions. You may be coming up with some theory, or you are taking support of mutations theory that is currently that is present already, and you are putting your own opinions apparently. So whatever you have studied, and you are putting forward the proposals. Uh, I think it has to be supported with a lot of opinionaires, that is all the stakeholders, that is maybe the syllabus committee, then maybe all the educators in this field, then the students, how they are going through whatever are the issues that you are probably mentioning. The current system, I feel that even if you are stating that this is happening stage by stage, that is interior design and urban design and landscape and architectural design. Okay, these are happening separately. But however, see, at first year level, when you are saying that all these things should happen in all the semesters or 8 semesters, I think it is, though it is in syllabus, it is separate, but every architectural design teacher takes into consideration all these 4 factors, whatever is digestible for the student at that particular stage. See, in first year, a student is very raw, he cannot understand the macro level of urban planning or urban design. So the teacher gives at his own level whatever he can digest. He tries to incorporate the interior designing, how you will put whatever small furniture inside, maybe a small room he is designing, and maybe the surrounding area. So maybe some outdoor seating is introduced. See, at a very small level, he definitely, the design brief as well as the teacher's team is considering all these factors together. Okay, so I feel that you should maybe you can further your research into these things, that you can uh, conduct the survey of all the stakeholders and take their opinions also into consideration. Ask them that how it is taught currently in maybe different institutes. They may be experimenting at their own levels, so you can at least get some rough idea, a generic idea, that how it is being taught and what are the thoughts behind the way it is taught in colleges. Okay, and then you can come up with whatever your theory, which will be much stronger when you are taking into consideration all stakeholders' opinions and the current scenario, and probably then you can have a comparative analysis, and then you can come up with your own theory. Right now it looks like your own opinions, your own understandings, and your own theory. Okay,
Okay.
this is just my observation. I don't have any questions for you as such.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, for your kind feedback. So there are two components which you just highlighted, let me just answer the first concern regarding the paper being or the theory being my opinions. I would not disagree to a great extent, but I would say that this is done methodologically with using a lot of statistical tools which are there and which we should use, right? But because for the presentation's sake, I mean, see, I have been in conferences and I have presented in conferences. This is one thing which I have again. So for short, that's an observation that presentations doesn't need to have all sorts of technicalities which is there in the paper, correct? And that is why deliberately I didn't keep a lot of details. Why, what kind of analysis I did, what were my sources, and what were the observations and why this particular conclusion came into existence into this presentation, because then it would not be able to give a proper idea about the paper itself but just those particular methods. Coming to the second point, which is about four components or four scales: architecture, interior, urban, landscape. You are true to say that we in architectural education pedagogy we do consider all the four topics, and we as educators try to use certain subjects at a certain level. The entire premise of this paper is this is not for so when they start they have to have knowledge about all the four perspectives, and then based on their likings and preferences, which they can change later on throughout the curriculum, they need to play around with these four subjects and select subjects made up of these four micro subjects. So this way what will happen is, so in the entire conclusion what I would try to conclude is the curriculum or syllabus is happening at three levels, basically at learners level, at educators level, and at a curriculum level, right? What has happened and what happens due to the limitations of educators, limitations of learners, limitations of the environment we study and teach, is the fact that curriculums are not able to change as per the new batch. It cannot change as per particular student. It is not able to change as per the educators. You know, if let's take the last example. Okay, I don't know the entire scenario, but architect Vinish was really good about his structural knowledge, right? But somehow, because of whatever factors, he cannot utilize that information very directly and give it to the students because there are limitations of the formal setting we teach in. What makes this system different and which can make it work is the factor that it is not just human intervention happening. There is a code, there is an artificial intelligence and machine learning happening every second, and it is monitoring each learner and each educator and each institute simultaneously, which a human is not able to do. And hence by the AI or the algorithm is able to get an overview of an entire country's education and as an entire global education system. It takes a feedback, it mutates or it adapts based on those parameters, it changes for each learner, and it also helps educators with prompts and with suggestions that this is how you can change something for this particular learner, because that learner is not a visual learner. That learner prefers more audio over visuals, or this learner prefers more visuals or infographics over just chalkboard methods, and so on and so forth. So, and the curriculum itself, which will start with having a base of 40% the current knowledge base and the knowledge systems, the curriculum over the period of time will change itself after observing and after assessing each student globally and each educator globally, and slowly it will go towards the direction itself under a human supervision in a manner so that it can help all the stakeholders in the education system deliver better education and learn in a better manner. So, I mean, I will give you a very small example. If today, because of Corona, we are So this is just a conclusion. This is the last example. If today, because of Corona, you may have observed that non-formal education system, online education system, courses, a lot of people, like it has grown to $3 billion industry. What has happened because of that? Today, if I am making a course, due to language preferences, due to certain impairments, due to certain color preferences, and so on, speed preferences, my language is English. If someone wants to learn Hindi, someone wants to learn in Spain the same content, they cannot do that. So this system allows multiple adaptability factors to be taken into consideration for learners as well as educators. So, but I will still keep your points in consideration while I'll be again revisiting my paper. But that is something I would like to say. Thank you.
I would suggest if you have done some background study, then reflected here some surveys or whatever feedback you have taken, then that should have been reflected here, because research is all about methodology and not only the conclusion or end product.
Definitely, definitely. So as I said, it is there in the paper, but because the presentation is not the right medium according to me, where I can showcase the methodologies, I have deliberately not kept it. Otherwise, it's there in the paper. The methodology is surely there. But still, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Architect Prayan Mehta. We will move to our next presentation. Ma'am, we will have the two next presentations also by Architect Sapna Bang, followed by Architect Reena Salvi.
Hello and warm greetings to all.
Architect Sapna
I'm
Bang.
Architect Sapna. I'm a qualified construction management professional with ample academic and industry experience from Pune. I graduated from Pune University in 1999. I have worked with prominent architects in Pune, Mumbai, and Bangalore and have been teaching at various interior design schools and architecture colleges for the last 15 years. In 2013, after a break of almost 14 years, I decided to go to the other side of the table and pursued my master's degree in construction management. I am extremely thankful to Allana College of Architecture for giving me an opportunity to present my study on alternative external finishes and cladding systems in Pune at the National E-Conference on Empirical Theories in Architecture, Planning and Construction Management. The study aims to create a database of various cladding systems and external finishes that will help a design or construction professional to arrive at the most suitable option for a project with respect to time quality management. The thesis presents a tool to enable the decision makers to choose the best suited material for project specific requirements in form of a decision support matrix. The matrix can be used to make a material decision where the performance of the selected material can be evaluated for the various decision making criteria, or as a management decision where one or a couple of decision making criteria can be used to identify the best suited material. 54 different material properties and characteristics were extensively studied for 19 materials to enable a comparison between 15 decision-making criteria to reach the relevant conclusions. The materials have been divided into 4 categories based on their application, installation process, or physical appearance. Cement plaster has been considered as a baseline material as it is the most extensively used external finish. Some materials which could see light of the day soon have been considered. Materials ranging from stone cladding, glass mosaic, high pressure laminates, terracotta, solar PV panels, green walls, zinc, and copper cladding have been considered for comparison. Information collected is based on material and management data. Material data collection is done through the study of product brochures and interviews with installing agencies and end users. The management data collection is done through two questionnaires. The questionnaires presented to various stakeholders like architects, builders, project management companies, and end users help in collecting qualitative management data. Opinion from the stakeholders was taken to understand their priorities while selecting a cladding material for various building typologies like residential, commercial, and corporate projects. The stakeholders were asked to identify the relationship and the strength of the relationship between the decision-making criteria and the respective material characteristics. Almost all the respondents chose safety of installation over any other decision-making criteria. Different building typologies had a little variation in the selection criteria though. For example, for corporate buildings, the aesthetic appeal of the installation took priority over the safety of installation and other criteria. The compilation of the relationship matrix is seen as a color-coded chart where the green boxes indicate the strongest relationship, orange medium, and red least, whereas gray boxes indicate no relationship at all. Here we can see the criteria. Safety of installation has strong relationships with material properties like physical composition, chemical reactivity, moisture resistance, thermal conductivity, impact resistance, fire resistance, and other characteristics like common installation mistakes and overlooks. Another example of cost of installation is also seen here. A daunting process had to be undergone to give mathematical interpretation to the qualitative information. The rating system that was formulated marked the material characteristics from 10 to 0, 10 being the most desirable feature and 0 being the least. The rating from the grading system, along with the strong relationships of the material characteristics, helped in the quantification of material performance against each decision-making criteria for further analysis. The material performance matrix is a color-coded chart depicting the material's performance against all the decision-making criteria. The greens indicate categorically best performing materials. Based on the priority rating from stakeholders for different building typologies, a few ready-to-use time quality money combinations of decision-making criteria were formulated. This slide shows the cladding materials performance for these ready-to-use combinations. Each building typology would have specific preferences. Here are some recommendations based on these preferences. Single-family residences, commercial offices, and corporate buildings can choose high-pressure laminate cladding for its longevity, although the installation is a little expensive. Wet cladding options like artificial tile and glass mosaic could be an affordable alternative to multi-family residences and commercial buildings. Engineered wood cladding, green walls, solar PV panel cladding, aluminum, zinc, and copper cladding could be used for cell-phone residences and corporate buildings as they have a high aesthetic appeal and a good return on investment quotient. Transparent or translucent claddings like glass and polycarbonate sheets could be used for commercial and corporate buildings. The thesis study enables stakeholders with a freedom of suitable choice. The material performance matrix would help in categorical selection of a material specific to project preferences. The matrix can be used to make a material decision where a performance of a selected material can be evaluated for the various decision-making criteria, or as a management decision where one or a couple of decision-making criteria can be used to identify the best suited material. Lastly, I would like to express my gratitude towards my professors, my guide, and the industry experts for their valuable inputs, without whom this study would not have been possible. Thank you all.
Ms. Sapna ma'am, please join in. Please unmute yourself. Puna ma'am, your mute, please.
Uh, yes, Sapna, yes, I think you have a very. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So I think your approach is very sorted and very organized, I would say. The inquiry that you have done, classification, and the whole methodology that you followed, I really appreciate that, because it is in a particular order that is expected in any research paper. And I just have few suggestions for whatever additions, that the end thing that you have mentioned, the recommendations particularly. So you could have probably added the reasons for recommending a particular material for a particular typology. I think that would have helped to make it more clear, because that is your end conclusion, or that is a takeaway, I would say, for everyone, right? So if you would have given that, and
Yes.
based on that, or maybe a simple matrix based on which I can select my material, maybe even for a layman. So if these are my requirements, what material I should go for? So maybe a common matrix where the selection would have been easy.
Yeah. May I?
Yes,
Am I visible or just probably? Yeah.
you are audible.
So
Visible and
thank
audible.
you. Okay. So the thing is, so this research paper is a part of the thesis study. The extended portion of this thesis study was where a layman would have really understood everything. There were two more aspects to the study have not been included in this particular research paper. Though, those matrices that were formulated, or the recommendations when they were given, there the reasoning has been given. So,
Okay, so you have already done it, or
yes,
maybe you
I
are
have.
already taking it ahead in that direction. Yes, that's all. Good thing.
Thanks a lot, ma'am.
It's a very good app. Actually, I really
Yes,
appreciate.
I have been guided by wonderful people, I should say.
Definitely. Leads us in guru on action.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Sapna ma'am. We will have our next presentation by architect Reena Salvi, professor at Allana College of Architecture. Reena Salvi, please join in.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, audible. Please go on.
Okay, great. Good afternoon. My paper is titled Closing the Loop, Integrating Waste Management in the Open Space Design with focus on urban slums. Next slide. Sorry, the previous slide. Urban waste management has universally been overlooked by the community, the municipality, and the planners. And with rapid urbanizations and uncontrolled illegal slums, have brought an added strength or added strain on the city's waste management infrastructure. Often the people living in the slums are left to handle the waste disposal on their own, affecting the overall urban environment. Hence, this issue of waste management within the slums is of a fundamental significance to urban sustainability. This paper analyzes the waste management systems that are effectively employed in the slums of developing countries and the way their innovative methodologies have reformed and transformed the waste sites into productive and public accessible spaces. It demonstrates how by making waste management infrastructure a part of the community, It changes the overall public attitude towards waste by relooking at the way waste management sites can be designed into creating a brand new landscape EVM. Next slide. Our cities are overflowing with waste. Globally, it is estimated that 80% of wastewater is discharged to the environment without any acceptable treatment. And as per World Bank in 2016, the cities across the globe generated about 2 billion tons of solid waste and is expected to increase annually by 70%, that is to 3.4 billion tons by 2050. And yet the focus of city planning has been towards electricity, food, water, but major public services like waste management has been largely overlooked, resulting in waste management becoming one of the key environmental concerns all around the world. Next slide. The paper aims at critically evaluating waste management strategies employed in the slums in the developing countries with respect to the community, understand the local dynamics of the place with regards to food habits, lifestyle, income, climate, and topography of the place. Based on the evaluations gathered from the case studies, the research aims at creating a management model to address the waste generated. It would be an opportunity to transform the urban landscape of the slums by using waste as a resource following the zero waste concepts. Often in such settlements, enhancing the quality of life of the people in the slums and their open spaces where they spend their maximum time tend to be ignored. This paper would be emphasizing on strategies to tackle waste generated locally, both organic and wastewater, and create a ready reckoner to help other cities develop a similar strategy to tackle their own waste generated in their slums based on their local conditions. The paper tries to tackle questions like, is it possible that waste management areas can play a larger role in terms of a public function in the slums? Can waste management plants be a part of landscape and not be an ignored backyard service? These are the few questions that needs to be tackled in a more pragmatic manner. Next slide. The first case study is of Dhaka, a city of 10 million residents, and is facing environmental problems due to the mismanagement of urban solid waste. The city generates over 3,500 metric tons of waste every day, and around 75% of which is organic. 30% of Dhaka's residents live in slums where there is no municipal waste pickup service. Maqsood Sinha and Iftikhar Inayatullah founded a waste concern in 1995 to conduct the research in developing strategies for the decentralized management of municipal solid waste through public-private community partnership. Waste Concern has designed and implemented inexpensive solid waste management programs in 2 slums of Dhaka. Their approach is very simple. They propose to transport organic matter from the slums to where it can be composted and sold. And because of their efforts, the slum of Dhaka are now cleaner and healthier. Next slide. The second case study is in Pune, where wastewater is treated through solid immobilized biofilter SIBS system designed by MS Energy Tech Solutions Private Limited, an environmental engineering firm based in Pune. This system is non-conventional, decentralized, eco-friendly, and natural wastewater treatment system. The system is very easy to operate, and as compared to the conventional STP, SIBS is much more efficient. Based on these 2 case studies in Dhaka and Pune, the issues and concerns about waste management is understood, and a more tactical and innovative manner to turn the waste into resource is understood. These strategies are then used in the slums of Campina do Sul in Sao Paulo, Brazil, which is my project area. Next slide. Campina slums in Brazil have an evocative, dense urban grain. It has been a witness to tremendous change over a period of time, and under pressures of contemporary globalization, there is an imminent threat of this individuality being replaced by faceless homogeneity. It is imperative that we as designers react skillfully to tackle the conflicting needs of contemporary reality and established vitality. Next slide. Some of the issues in Concino are lack of open spaces. People in the slums travel 14 kilometers to Sao Paulo just to enjoy the recreational green space. And ironically, there is a potential waterfront open space right in Concino along the reservoir, which has been rendered unusable to the community due to illegal dumping of waste. The next issue is of wastewater that is generated in the slums, which is pumped 70 kilometers to a treatment plant. And not all the wastewater generated is taken to the treatment plant. A large quantity of it is illegally let into the reservoir without even primary treatment to it. This has resulted in uncontrolled growth of water hyacinths in the water, and in the process is a breeding ground for the mosquitoes. Next slide. The approach here is adopted from the case study in Pune using the solid immobilized biofilter system, which has a very low operation and maintenance cost, an important factor to be considered for the design in slums. It produces usable treated effluent and does not emanate any odor, and the treatment plant gives an appearance of a garden, unlike a conventional waste treatment plant. As per the calculations, the amount of space needed for treating the wastewater generated by the 15,000 people living in the slums is 3.8 hectares. And the wastewater biofilters will be located below the power line corridors that cannot be developed for any built development. The topography of the slums is highly sloping, which accommodates the biofilters, facilitating the waste to travel from one biofilter to another by gravity. These biofilters are mixed with agricultural fields for the community to be a part of the infrastructure grain and hence having a sense of belonging to the community project. Next slide. The next issue is the growing phenomena of unemployment, resulting in the community being socially unsafe for a better and a healthy life. Here, the composting plant would help in creating employment and revenues, as analyzed from the case study of waste concern in Dhaka. The organic waste plant would cater to the entire waste generated in Concino, which is 8 tons per day, including the market and the household. The plant will be located right next to the marketplace of Concino, below the power line corridor. This would facilitate easy collection of organic waste from the vegetable market as well as the houses of the favelas. The area required for the organic waste is 1,500 square meters, and using aerobic composting method, the output would be 2 tons per day. The compost generated from this plant would be sold to the local market for agricultural needs at $45 per ton. And the emission reduction would be sold to the international market as carbon credits. The composting plant would create employment for 16 to 24 people to help in its operations and maintenance. Next slide. The agricultural fields, the organic waste, composting plant, and the wastewater treatment plant will generate employment in Concino and tries to address the issue of lack of employment. Next slide. The waste generated in Concino becomes a generator for the landscape idiom to be established. This forms a loop wherein the waste, both organic and wastewater, generated in the slums is mitigated by its reuse either as compost or treated water and is adapted for agriculture or recreational open spaces, which in turn generates the waste and hence closing the loop. Next slide. The site selected for this project is the power corridor area, the watershed area of the slums, and finally the reservoir. Next slide. The site employs an integrative approach which will bring in a community center, play fields, composting unit, wastewater treatment plant, agricultural fields, constructed wetlands, recreational water edge with amenities like sailing areas, boardwalk, and floating playgrounds. This integrative approach balances program and aesthetics, realistic bonds and significant metaphors, natural science and art, public sensibilities, and avant-garde ambitions. The strategy directly engages with real current issues of the integration of engineering and design by inserting alternative infrastructures that are engaged in closed-loop thinking, income production, and benefits such as recreation and food production. This integrative approach cultivates shared ownership and accountability. Clearly, the community is much more keen to care for and designate funds to facilities they can see and use. And this methodology uses design strategy to respond to community wants and desires. Next slide. For instance, a constructed wetland is integrated into the wastewater treatment plant as a secondary treatment in the process. This integrative approach brings social life into coexistence. Next slide. The waste treatment sites are proposed as places for play and recreation, as well as social meeting places. Next slide. New congregation places arise at the local wastewater treatment center or at the composting plant. Today, it is essential for any project to acknowledge that waste management is an integral part of the design, and it needs to be conceptualized right from its inception stage. Next slide. So to conclude, an option of locally treating the waste that is generated within the community by designing a treatment process that is contextual to a place like Conchino, and the one that plays a larger role is the need of the hour. As architects or planners, we need to revisit our aesthetic prejudices and must continue to look out for methods to create new prototypes that integrate unexciting, excluded spaces with everyday and leisure environment. The designs or strategies thought by an architect or a planner should invite the community to see this renewed interface of landscape and culture. It should be a practice in which waste management is considered as a design opportunity for architects and for the community people. Thank you. Next slide.
Thank you. Tudne ma'am, will you use this?
Yes, Reena, I think your approach uh, to address the issue, because I think it is mainly a proposal for a particular scenario. So to your approach is uh, very organized, and I think you have addressed it stage wise also. You have the background studies, statistics in place. Now my concern is what are the previous efforts? Now particularly I'm talking about your proposal, whether you have tried to inquire about the local authority guidelines, what are their previous efforts, the current scenario. Of course, current scenario in terms of physical, you have already shown it in photographs and all. But the current scenario regarding the approach of the authorities, the regulations, then the whatever are the previous efforts, whether they were successful, unsuccessful. If unsuccessful, what are the reasons, and what are the hindrances that you visualize maybe while executing this particular project, like SWOT analysis or something, because we are talking about a proposal. Okay, so these kind of background studies, if you have done, I did not see it here, because whatever you have presented is a well arranged, well organized. Your information you have aligned well. Okay, but apart from that, I had this some queries. So if you can answer those.
Yeah. Ma'am, actually, this project was a part of my university studio, where we were asked by the Sao Paulo housing agency, who are working very actively with the slums there. They approached us and they invited us to Conchino because they were having these regular issues about how to manage these infrastructural problems that the slums in Conchino are facing. So the housing agencies and the government agencies themselves approached us, and as a part of a studio, I had visited the slums of Conchino in Sao Paulo, And we worked very closely with the government agencies out there to understand what the issues of the people there are. And after collaborating with the housing agency and the people of Conchino, this proposal has come up about. And the studio project conclusions were actually taken up by the government people. I'm not sure if they implemented it not, because it's very similar to our Indian situation. But yet, they made an effort to approach us to find out what can be done, because they were not able to get any answers themselves.
So were there any previous efforts by them which were
Yeah,
probably failure?
The previous efforts were not keeping in mind the community. They went by the textbook, like giving a treatment plant, but which was again 70 kilometers away from the slums. Or the organic waste was just getting dumped into a municipal landfill site, and half the time the municipality would not pick it up also. So they were approaching a very conventional ways of going about it. So with these tactics where the community is a part of the waste management, they realized that they could actually not be depending upon a municipality or to a governing agency to come and do it for them, but the community itself is taking care of it. So the previous efforts were very conventional, and these were more like an added strategies which were unconventional for them.
So I think as a proposal, it is really a good proposal, and if maybe whatever land availability and the similar scenario is there, it can be replicated as a model also at some places. So
Yes.
I appreciate
Yes,
your work.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your time. Yes.
Thank you, Architect Leena Salvi. Thank you, Sudhya ma'am, for your comments. I will invite Leena Devnath ma'am to please review the presentations, because you said you will conclude at the end.
Yes, thank you, Prachi ma'am. A very good session, very interesting, very varied topics. Since I'm speaking in the end, so I can talk about everything together. It's very interesting because it had topics of construction management, it had topics of classrooms and academics, syllabus, which is very close to our heart, and it also had other topics like engineering and very, very interesting also. Okay, I will go serial wise. As I said in the beginning, for Rasika ma'am, her topic, I don't have much to say because I think Mahimkar ma'am has covered it. My same concern, if the case studies could have been spread over a little different areas and places, maybe the conclusive study might have been a little more, and little the domain might have been bigger. For Indrajit, the same question, what now? Regarding classrooms that we were talking and design of classrooms, what now? There might be cases, I don't know when this pandemic is going to end. Definitely it is going to end because we are all looking forward to it, though we do not know the timeline. But then the thing is, in such a case, I don't know whether such pandemics will repeat, because history shows that every 100 years some pandemic major things happen. And so in such cases where our classrooms are empty, it's like a ghost. Our classrooms are on a different floor. I don't feel like going there because there are no student. Teachers do come, they conduct their classes, but it is like a ghost room. There is no one, and it's the desk and benches are just looking at us. So that concern. So with now, when you presented, in case of such things where online studies have to go on, there what happens? So all the rules, regulations, and the methodology and the dimensions that we take of classrooms are out of the window. Then we have to think of something else. But a good study. Again, one question I had for Indrajit, you need not answer, it's just a concern raised. The thing is, you were studying about 11th and 12th, but according to me, I think the early years of school learning are the years where the maximum effect happens on you, regarding whether you like your teacher, whether you like your studies, whether you want to go ahead with your studies. And that is why I think all preschool and lower classes, they try and make studies so interesting so that you stick to it. Even today now, forget private schools where parents are investing a lot of money, but even municipal schools, they are going ahead with such interesting things, which is part of the policy. I have read in the papers, Pune is, have implemented such things just to bring back students to school so that they want to stick to studies. 11, 12 is a later stage. Yes, that is also an area of concern, because I recollect from my 11th 12th, that was a time when my parents were not looking after me for studies, nor was my teacher. I was going to college, no attention paid, so I was very happy. I was coming home, no attention paid, so I was very happy. In the process, I was not very sincere with my studies, and my results were not so good as my 10th results were. This is my personal experience. Yes, I think that is maybe why you chose 11, 12, so that people again like to study and go ahead with that, so that their higher studies, everything depends on results here. So if they stick to studies, if they like the classrooms, they go there, they do their work and have good results. Maybe that is one of the things that you have thought of. For Vinish Desai, sir, I don't have any words. I mean, everything was self-explanatory. I think you wouldn't have talked also, spoken also, we would have understood what you're trying to tell us. Excellent, because the best way to make someone understand is through graphics. And I think that your slides, even if you would have not spoken, I would have understood what you wanted to say. So very good presentation. I think you should go, as ma'am suggested, go ahead with it and not stick here. Go ahead with it, complete your higher studies, do your research, write a book. I would want to see many more things on this. Then Priyan Mehta sir, a very interesting study, something very new. I have never thought of syllabus and studies to be in a helical structure. Very interesting, and my eyes actually opened up with your study. I have never seen such a study. Maybe with the new education policy, as ma'am has suggested, maybe it will work. Maybe you can go to higher authorities and present your studies, so that somewhere it is taken into consideration. All your effort do not go waste. It's very interesting, sir. Please keep adding your research into it. It will come to a very good conclusion. Architect Sapna Bang and Professor Reena Salvi, very conclusive studies. You started and you ended, nothing to ask and nothing to say, because you started, you raised the concern, you raised the problem, you gave solutions, and it's like a complete design project given to you and you have come with the solution. Very well presented. Thank you all. That's it.
Ma'am, can I just speak for 1 second? Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. So regarding what you were saying, basically I have been developing an entire platform with a computer software engineer. So most probably within 2 to 3 days, I will have something to show about that, where basically this entire idea is actually put into practice. So let's hope that I can show you people. So this will
Yes.
be a proof of concept, basically, to support the theory.
Yes, yes.
So
I mean, I wish you all the best. Please go ahead, because it's something really new, and I hope it works out, whatever your basic studies are, whatever research you have done. And please go ahead with it and see that it is implemented. That's the best part of it.
thank you.
Thank you so much, Leena ma'am. Surya ma'am, we would request you to conclude the session and summarize over the topics that were selected methodology. Thank you. Please unmute Surya ma'am.
Am I audible? Okay. So first
Yes,
of all,
ma'am.
I would like to congratulate Allana College of Architecture to take this initiative and to have this national conference. And the most important is to open this platform for everyone in architecture. So it's technically open to all, including students, PG students, UG students, and the practitioners and the academicians. So literally everybody would have been able to participate in this conference. And another thing is very encouraging, that is the overwhelming response that you got. 100 plus papers is a very good response, and it actually conveys that people are taking research seriously. So maybe future you may coordinate probably a international conference also, and we are looking forward definitely to that. Another thing is I appreciate uh, the way audience or participants, you kept it open for all. Similarly, looking at the title, that is what was it?
Empirical theory.
Empirical research in architecture. So actually, it was open to all streams, all faculties. It means that again, if you have interest in any field, any stream, you can still have your paper selected in any of the sub-streams in your conference. So ideally, I really appreciate that you have this open for everyone, okay, one and all. So I believe definitely your efforts will help inculcate the interest in research from the UG level itself, because see, PG and maybe later they have their own interest in research. But at UG level, if this interest is not inculcated, then it becomes really difficult in the further years. So I really appreciate your efforts, congratulate you all, the whole team, NCET 2020. Congratulations. And keep it up. We are looking forward.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for your valuable feedback as well as the time that you have given. Yesterday also you were present for the jury sessions. Thank you so much for showing so much of interest in our first event that we are having this time. Yeah, and we are quite happy about the way it is going. Thank you. Thank you so much. Dina ma'am, with your permission, we will begin the next panel then.
Yes, please.
Our second panel today for academicians, researchers, and practitioners with allied professionals to architecture will start now. We already have the jury members over here. Our technical review committee member, Dr. Abhijit Natu. He himself is a PhD from Hyderabad in 2008. He has done his master's in landscape architecture and is a graduate from Pune University. He is right now the principal of BKPS College of Architecture. He has been already awarded the Best Teacher Award in 2011 from Pune University. Currently, he is heading the BOS team, the Board of Studies team of Architecture of Pune University, and he is a member faculty of Science and Technology as well as the Academic Council of SPPU. He's a member of a lot of doctoral committees as well with SPA and JNFU Hyderabad, Manipal University, and a member of Education Board of ISOLA. He has already written 30 research papers, and he is guiding the PhD students. Thank you. And the next member, who is the external jury member for us, Dr. Ujjwala Chakradev, PhD in Impact of Social Change on Architecture Education of India. She was the person who actually coined in the course for MArch in Architecture Education in 2007, which was a huge reform. Till date, we did not have a PG course on MArch in Architecture Education. She has done her Master's in Technology and has been a graduate from Nagpur. She is the principal of Sri Manorababai Mundale College of Architecture, Nagpur. She is president of Maharashtra Association of Schools of Architecture and a member of Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal. She has been able to establish her college as a nodal center for documenting conservation of Nagpur and around areas. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. With your permission, we will start with the session with the first presenter. The first presentation today is by architect Mukta Gokhale Kulkarni. She is the associate professor of Kashibai Navle College of Architecture, Pune. Yes, architect Mukta, please join us. It's a video.
I'm all online. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Living. This presentation is prepared by myself, Mukta Gokhale Kulkarni, landscape architect, associate professor, MAsh department, Shrimati Kashibai Navle College of Architecture, and my colleague, Avanti Gore, landscape architect, associate professor at D.Y. Patil College of Architecture, Akurdi. This paper is presented for National E-Conference on Empirical Theories in Architecture, Planning and Construction Management, NCET 2020, organized by Allana College of Architecture, Pune. Our cause for concern today are the many environmental impacts we are facing, like temperature rise, climate change, floods, which are a direct result of the ever increasing population and their way of living. When we analyze this situation from grassroots level, we find a severe disconnect between man and nature. If we browse through our history, we understand man's evolution from caves, that is prehistoric times, to high-rise dwellings in the current times. In simpler terms, his journey where he lived in and amidst nature to his moving up and away from the nature. If we look at any village scenario, the connection between man and nature is very strong. A house made up of locally available material which opens up into a front yard and a backyard. Front yard, the main gathering space, is coated with cow dung, enabling small insects to survive within them, which in turn allows the birds to come and feed on them. A house with a live fence, which allows small animals to pass through it, keeping their corridors intact. The backyard is mostly used for growing vegetables or as a kitchen garden. The dung of domesticated animals is used as a manure to grow these vegetables. There is a very thin line between indoors and outdoors. This interdependency on each other for sustenance makes it a stronger sustainable module. This module is somewhat absent in the cities. We have houses in a building, buildings which are multi-storied to high-rise. As we move up from the ground level, our association with it starts reducing. Our front yards are converted to terraces with definite space. Backyards are converted into balconies. The experience of nature as a whole starts getting fragmented. It is the call of the current times to inculcate this sustenance module in a city life, to secure our future, to restore that peaceful balance between man and nature. The aim of the study is to identify sustainable landscape interventions to make the connection between man and nature happen again from a single dwelling unit scale to a residential colony scale. To address this aim, the study is undertaken in two parts. First part is the hypothesis, second part is the solution. Surveys are taken to prove the hypothesis correct, problems are identified, and the solution is given. Hypothesis states, as we have started living in high-rise buildings, the more disconnected we are with the nature. Surveys were taken to prove this hypothesis correct and also identify issues associated with it. It was important to study and analyze the present scenario to understand how this disconnect with nature has happened. For the same, we took a survey of people of varied age groups. We received almost 170 responses in total, and the game-changing questions were: more than 60% of the people who took this survey were from the age group of 20 to 40. 24% of the people were from the age group of 40 to 60. And 12% were from the age group of 60 plus. This helped us in understanding the changing needs of people according to the age and the lost connections with the nature. Almost 75% people lived in an apartment, with 30% people lived in ground plus 4 structures, and the rest up to ground plus 3. This was important from the hypothesis point of view that more people who lived in an apartment are talking about the disconnect with nature. Another interesting find was 46% people did not have their own garden. And the primary three reasons for that were less space, maintenance issue, no time. This helped us in understanding that if we provided them with space and maintenance assistance, people were willing to have their own gardens. When asked, when did they last plant any tree? The shocking answer was more than 50% have not planted in last 2 years, and almost 10% have never planted a single tree in their life. When asked if they have ever plucked any flower or fruit directly from a tree, almost 50% said no. 44% of the surveyed people had balcony as their only connecting space with nature. 32% people rarely visited public parks and gardens. 55% people had their own garden or society garden, but out of which only 45% of which rarely visited it. This also highlighted the major cause for our concern, focusing on the main disconnect. When asked about their associated memories of nature, very interesting findings were received. Working in the kitchen garden, playing on trees and plucking fruits, watering and planting plants, having lunch and snacks beneath trees, having swings on trees were a few of the things that these people missed doing in today's life. This concluded that situation is becoming very grave regarding man's connection with nature. As per the survey, I can conclude that almost 60% of the people have a severe disconnect with nature. And to avoid this widening of the gap, certain measures are needed to be taken on a priority basis as a first step towards sustainability. To achieve that, we identified spaces which are part of our everyday life, which will play an important role in bridging this required gap. Over to you, Avanti.
Thanks, Mukta. As the survey suggested, the need is to identify open spaces at all scales which are a part of our daily life and giving appropriate guidelines for the same. Hence, to bring back the man and nature connect. There are various open spaces in our residential areas of various scales, like the front yards, backyards, balconies, terraces, etc. These spaces always have a potential to be converted into small habitats having good diversity of flora and fauna. And for the development of all these niches, guidelines could be given with respect to the initial study of a particular region with respect to its climate, temperature, flora, fauna, moisture conditions, etc. Example, for housing complex, there could be guidelines given to develop open areas like common open spaces between the buildings, terraces for individual dwelling units, balconies, podium gardens, building terraces. These gardens could be a good mix of vegetable plants, fruit plants, flowering plants, medicinal plants. This could also act as a connect, joining the dots, making it a whole experience. We identified spaces from single unit to residential buildings to residential complexes. There are various scales of dwelling units from 1 BHK to 4 BHK, and typically the outdoor spaces for such dwelling units are in the forms of balconies and terraces. Balconies are generally small in size. They can be attached to a kitchen, bedroom, or living. Adjoining photos show us how can we develop these spaces with the use of kitchen plants of one's choice. Hands-on experience of growing our own vegetables can be one of the ways of connecting with nature. Balconies attached to living bedrooms act as a sit-out for morning and tea, where one can experience the sunrise, sunset, rains, clouds, birds, etc. If these spaces are treated correctly, they can also become a source of connection to nature. few other spaces which are connected to the units like terraces. Terraces are spaces which accommodate small family gatherings, meditation areas, exercise, kids playing spaces, etc. When we use this space for so many activities, if these are developed thoughtfully, will create a great experience. Planting shrubs, small trees could give a feeling of sitting beneath a tree. The inclusion of fragrant shrubs may attract birds, insects, creating a small ecological niche. Roof farming is also an option wherein some part could be used for growing vegetables and some as a sit out. Talking at a higher level, like a residential complex level, the common open spaces in residential complex which have potential to be developed as green areas are building terraces, podiums, etc. These spaces can act as small parks for the building complex, which can cater an interaction areas for all age groups. These can also be developed for farming, wherein vegetables can be grown that cater to the needs of the people living there to some extent. In times to come, with a lot of population density, these big spaces are going to be lifesavers. Another feature, small feature, but not to be neglected, are the compound walls. Uh, Another common element which is often underestimated in terms of potential to act as a breathing wall. Though small in scale, yet if treated well, can turn our concrete jungles to greens.
Now we have identified the where of the problem, but the how of the problem needs to be addressed too. For that, first we need to identify what we plan to achieve, what are the problems we are attending to. The questionnaire highlighted some very important points: biodiversity, native plantation, and easy access to open greens. There could be different guidelines laid to create the green pockets at all these scales of residential units. To achieve these points, the following guidelines are proposed under main three categories: individual unit guidelines, residential apartment guidelines, and the residential colony guidelines. Under individual unit guidelines, which falls under bungalow or an individual flat, open spaces within and around the built up, the foreground, the background, and the available setbacks. Native plantation can be done with a proper design approach and understanding the functionality of spaces. They could be either converted into kitchen gardens, sit out spaces, planting in courtyards, etc. Every single residential unit will have its own kitchen waste management and will suffice to the compost requirement to maintain their garden at unit level as well as the common gardens. In any residential unit in an apartment, there should be 10% of the built up allotted as green area. Only 20% of the plantation should be allowed as per the client's need so that the holistic plantation scheme is maintained. Awareness regarding why green should be introduced as an integral part of our living and how we can do that should also be given. Residential apartment buildings. For every for every building going about 10 storied, every fifth floor to be converted as a green area, providing easy green access to the inhabitants residing in the higher floors. This green area could be a good mix of vegetable or fruit gardens and plants for aesthetic purpose. Some percentage of this area to be left for the residents to plant and maintain so that this gives them a chance to reconnect physically and visually with the nature. Plantation in the building, that is in the balconies, terraces, should be given by the landscape architect of the scheme using only native plants and also catering to the local fauna. Every society will appoint an agency which will maintain these gardens to ensure proper health and for long-term results. The DCR has bylaws for common areas such as corridors, passages, terraces, staircase blocks, parkings, refuge floors, which should be stringently followed and maintained as green areas. The common terrace of the building should be used as a terrace garden with activities like growing vegetables, catering to the needs of the residents, managed by the willing residents or as per the agency appointed by the society. The third guidelines come under the residential colony guidelines. A residential colony which comprises of number of residential buildings having their central open space or a podium open space. These spaces should be treated in the form of leisure gardens, which are necessary, but a part of these open space could be left for the productive gardens, which could include vegetable, fruit farming, medicinal plants, all native. This will also cater to the inhabitants' vegetable demands to some extent. Every society will have their own rainwater harvesting system. All the boundary plantation, roadside plantation should be mostly native and appropriate for the fauna of that region, helping to maintain and manage the biodiversity of that region. All the compound walls of all types of residential units should be integrated with plantation. Practices like mulching, composting, vermiculture should be followed for proper growth and maintenance of the whole residential colony gardens. Consideration and implementation of the above guidelines will definitely help us in bringing back the biodiversity loss from our cities and also will reconnect us and our future generations with the nature physically and visually. A small step from our side by bringing green in our homes, in our day to day lives, is going to make a big difference in how we look at nature and treat nature. This awareness is of utmost importance to bridge the gap which is caused due to the so called progress of man. We just need to make nature accessible to all, physically, visually, to bring back the lost memories and restore the balance between man and nature. This is the first step for our sustainable living to reconnect with nature. Thank you.
Thank you, Architect Mukta Kulkarni and Architect Avanti Gore. Respected jury members, the format of our presentations has been that after the presentation, we request the external jury member to first comment, followed by the technical review committee member. So I will request Professor Ujjwala Chakradev to review the presentation right. Thank you. Ujjwala ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much, Prachi. Uh, can you all see me? I can't see myself on the board.
Yes, we can see you.
We can. First of all, I would like to thank Lina Madam that she has invited me to be a part of all of you. And the paper presented by Mukta and Avanti,
Yes, ma'am.
both of them together,
Yes, ma'am.
they have brought out a very important issue of connecting with the nature, which is being lost in the urban areas. And this is what they are trying to propose. That in the village, the kind of connection and kind of relationship between man and nature is that how can we restore it after having all kind of benefits of urbanization, retaining the benefits of urbanization and yet having those benefits of the nature which we of the village. There are two ways of looking at it, which I personally feel is that we have come far from what urbanization in our path towards urbanization. Yes, we have come very far from nature, and you are trying to restore it. It's wonderfully done. Um, the research and research attitude has got many angles, many connotations, and the research at every level is important. The attitudinal changes are possible through research. You have done a great job. You have done a wonderful job. You have reached people. You have talked to them, and then you have taken up the. There were many things which we assume we know that, but we are in a particular setup, and since that you wanted to know about others, that's why you have gone to people, try to understand them, and the things which you have done is the suggestions and the guidelines. I would like to add. How much time do I take for every paper? Not more than 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Accordingly, I will speak.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
5 minutes is
Yeah.
good. Yeah. Um, the good part is that you have segregated the guidelines. You have identified the guidelines at various levels. It's a pleasure that we get connected to the nature. The We have assumed that there is an attitudinal and mind change, personality change when we are connected to the nature. So these are your basic assumptions on the basis of which you are doing this research work. uh, every research work is has to be supported with the literature study at every level. What I find is a literature study very strongly mentioned. Definitely must have done lots of literature study, but strongly mentioned when you are presenting it, even before you chose the created the survey format. Why did you choose these aspects? Who supported it? And why did you choose this age group? And how, that you mentioned definitely the age group and why. But then why only these questions? Could probably, and through literature, I'm quoting someone who is authentic. You are also equally authentic, I understand, but just a process of research demands it. And one more additional thing could probably be done to make the changes happen along with the guidelines is a small teaching module at the school level or at the college level also.
Yes.
At
Yes.
not only BH but many other courses could probably have been done, and that I'm right now into national education policy, and in the morning I had a talk on that, so I'm trying to connect it. That would give a wonderful opportunity for students to explore their love for the nature and re-establish that amongst all the students. So that's all I would like to say, and best luck and good work.
Thank you, ma'am. And it was amazing, Alana College also. Thank you a lot for us to allow our paper presentation.
Thank you so
And
much, ma'am.
thanks. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. I would request Abhijit Nathur sir to comment on the presentation, please.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. First of all, the topic is very close to my heart because being a landscape architect, and I recall around 4 years back, I had read a paper by American Society of Landscape Architects where they identified something called as the nature deficiency syndrome. And this nature deficiency syndrome is about how we are getting disconnected with nature. So that was studied in American context, but you have initiated a study in Indian context, which I would appreciate that you have started a study in that direction. And as like Dr. Chakradev rightly mentioned, that what was the background literature which you studied, which made you do this questionnaire? Because I have one or two observations in the sense that we are looking only connection with nature as a physical interaction with nature. What about the visual connections with the nature? Such a question could have been included. Somebody is not as privileged to actually pluck a flower or pluck a fruit or have a garden, but as I recall, there are studies abroad where they say that even a flower vase is a connection with nature in a window. A window flower vase is a connection with nature. So in your questionnaire, there could have been more articulate questions where you could have asked about what were the visual connections with nature. Okay, but anyway, this is the beginning, and it's a good beginning that you have started. And I think more literature would help you in refining the study. Second thing, as regards to guidelines, as research, we always say that the guidelines have to come out from the findings of the research. Here I find a disconnect between findings and your guidelines.
Yes.
Guidelines look very casual, without doing research, somebody could write what you have written. So make it more pointed. You could probably write those guidelines based upon your findings. There's no need to have a wide range of findings, but I mean guidelines, but have very focused guidelines based upon your findings. Otherwise, it's a good beginning. Continue it, and you should take this ahead with more literature review. Best luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I will call our next presenter, Architect Gautami Renusi. She sent a presentation and she'll do the voiceover from her ID. Thank you.
Yeah, hi all, I'm Gautami and I'm teaching at Allana's for I have lost the count of years, and I'm teaching basic design, music and architecture, these kind of subjects there. And I also have a practice along with my husband by the name The Thin Architect. So with this background, and I'm a lover of music and architecture both. So it was very natural for me to write a paper on the title that I have chosen, which is Intangibility Through the Tangibles. Next slide, please. Yeah, so it used to always prod me, why the art of certain artists and certain architectural spaces becomes so experiential to everyone, while everybody else has almost done the same things, use the same elements, use the same techniques, but it somehow doesn't reach us. So what happens? And not always the same artist also, if he's doing, the next time it may not reach us. So what is it? Is it the expression of the artist, or is it the consequence of several other things and the consequence of the artist and architect himself? So there is a blurry line between all these things. So what I'm trying to do through this paper is identify the influential, contributing and affecting factors of and for design. It is a multi-design sort of a theory. Not even a theory, it's an attempt to formulate a theory. So what I did here is the observations or the creations, I'm naming them as stimuli. So I categorize them. Let's say there are some stimuli that affect all of us in a similar way and everybody is familiar to. There is a second set that it doesn't occur to everyone easily. But if somebody else is introducing or talking about it, we understand it all of a sudden. And there is a third thing, which are very abstract ideas and which are not seen directly, but everyone feels it and experiences it. So the first two, I categorize them as tangible, and the last one is the intangible, and we crave for these intangible things. That's human nature. Next slide. Yeah, these are certain terms which will be coming. Yes, next slide. Okay, so I'll just go by the dictionary definition. Cambridge Dictionary has a wonderful way of giving definitions. Tangible, something which is tangible is real and can be seen, touched or measured. Easy. Intangible, an intangible feeling or quality exists, but you cannot describe or prove it. I understand, you understand, everybody understands. While reading through, I found another word, tantalizing. I was not looking for it, but I found it that time. So something that is very attractive and makes you want it, and you often cannot have it. And I thought that this is the crux, what some tangible things come together, create that intangible effect. And often if it is tantalizing, we crave for it more. So through this paper, what I was understanding is experience or tangibility is experiential. And it's a highly subjective kind of a term. So how do you bring in these subjective things, and how do you find out what will be the common thread in these subjective things, so that we can understand that these tangibles will make you reach these intangibles? So what I've done is, no, go back. Okay, so there are certain common threads in all sorts of experiences, and there are certain unique ones. So the whole attempt is finding out all these kind of things. Yeah, so what I did is stimuli and receiver is one group, and experience, which is the intangible, is the other group. So I started writing essays. Because this is a very subjective thing, so I started writing essays. So each essay has a combination of the stimulus, the action creation, and our experience. And from that, I was trying to figure out what are the unique and what are the common threads. So each essay can be read separately. Each essay was written at a different time. They are not necessarily codependent, and each essay is deriving certain set of not guidelines. They are the influencing factors. Next, please. And as I said, everybody loves music, everybody loves nature, and everybody is experiencing some or the other architectural and non-architectural space, rather unbuilt space. So I thought of collecting certain experiences which are common to everyone from these three aspects, and through them develop a sort of vocabulary. So the title of this essay, let's say, is Deciphering to the Elements and Influencing Factors. So the title suggests what is going to happen in that essay. At times essays were written first and then I chose the title. At times the title was chosen first and then I started writing. So I took an example, I'm giving an example of O Palan Hare from film Lagan. And I realized that even if you make a slight change, if Lata Mangeshkar was not singing it and let's say Usha Uttup was singing it, it would have been a totally different vibe to the whole song because the pitch has changed. So the elements are very important. So I tried to decipher the elements which are that way tangible, like pitch, timbre, the music, background score, etc., etc. But all of them come together to build some kind of an elevating feeling. Like everybody might not know all these technicalities, but everybody, while listening to any kind of auditory nature stimulus, will develop a certain sort of an experience, which will be of different nature. Depends upon your grooming, like what you have heard before, where you find connection. So through this particular essay, I was reaching a conclusion sort of a thing, like depending on various known and identifiable contributing factors, collectively termed as grooming and or exposure. Both the creator and the receiver are going to experience the intangibility through the creation. So I also understood that if A.R. Rahman would have done that now, he would have maybe done it very differently because it's all very, very contextual. So that is also an influencing factor. Now this applies to all faculties of design. So this chapter basically talks about that. Next, please. Then again, very similar kind of a thing. We all experience nature, and I have taken purposely some extreme examples of nature, which are very abundant and vast. So in this particular essay, the title is Suggestive Form of Nature. So the nature has such form that it suggests that you feel like this. We cannot feel otherwise. It takes us to that. So I've explained, and there are a lot of adjectives given. So Ladakh is explained there. So the adjectives like magnanimity of the Ladakh ranges, the monochromatic palette, the cobalt blue skies. Now all these adjectives are used only to add to the degree of experience. Enter, please. The other example is ocean, to which everybody is again going to react in the similar way. The whole crux of this particular essay is how nature suggests us what to feel. So everybody is going to feel the abundance and stretch of these elements, and everybody feels spiritual when you go to Ladakh, and we all surrender to the cyclic nature of nature when we are sitting along the seashore. So these are common experiences which everybody is feeling, and very, very suggestive form. Yeah. Next. Yes. So from that only I went on to, yes, there is a congruity in response of various people. The first example was depending upon your grooming in music, how you will respond. In this, there are certain examples like moonlight, sunset, waves of sea. Everybody is going to respond to it in the similar way. So, and they entice us. If I just say sunset, everybody will visualize. Moonlight, you all visualize. Over familiarity in this case fails to seize the intensity of our response to it. And the magic of these stimuli completely belong to the stimulus itself and does not depend on the state of the receiver, is what I want to highlight through this particular essay. Thani, can you enter? Now you see what happens. You take moonlight, imagine Taj Mahal in the moonlight. Sunset, Eiffel Tower framing sunset. Angkor Wat temples against pouring rains, and rock cut temples of Ellora, morning sunlight. So these are already very strong figures. Enter, please. Now, all these above examples already have a strong personality, but they reach their experiential height when they are clubbed with these effects and the touch of these other variables. And to these, our responses will be the same. So our intangibility almost comes to a common ground when we are experiencing and witnessing these things. Next slide. Oh, this I just kept as a blank slide for all of us to breathe. Yeah. Okay. So till now there were things or the actions or the creations which are very common and easily understood. Then when I started writing the other day this essay, there was some noise happening outside. So I started naming this essay as To Disturbance. This is dedicated to disturbance. And it is very absurd, and all of us agree to it, that artists and creative people, they become leeches of these kind of disturbances, and all those kind of sufferings become an inspiration from us. So is what I started uh, resonating with disturbance. So it all went on to ruins. So I've written an essay on ruins. I will not read it now, it's a huge essay. But ruins is a heightened kinesthetic experience. Ruins is a reflection of, and it is a manifestation of disturbance in a way. It leads to some other kind of thought when we are traveling through ruins, the sites, ruin sites. So while I was writing this, that disturbance took me to a disturbed state of mind, and I started thinking of, maybe I had seen a movie, Life is Beautiful Then. So it Holocaust as a disturbance became the inspiration for this particular essay. And this actually shows how things happening around or around us bring in that, or they have this intangible aspect, and how they become an inspiration for art. And then how through art, these intangible feelings are translated. So in most of the post-war movies, there is a beautiful documentation. I call it a kinesthetic documentation of this genocide which happened in Germany. Is done very beautifully. So that's again an absurdity, how we are celebrating something else in a way. So this essay is for that, and I have explained how everybody feels the same. Next essay. From this, it was to disturbance ke baad, it was very natural ki where it goes in architecture, and we have two strong designs which are devoted to the same topic, and the intensity of grief of the Holocaust is very well translated in those two structures. One is by Daniel Libeskind through his Jewish Museum at Berlin, and second is by Peter Eisenman. He's an architect who responded in a similar way through his Holocaust Memorial at Berlin. Now, when I wrote the paper, and in the paper there are no graphics, particularly because I wanted everybody to experience these things, because it is subjective. And I found that it will be a threat if I add a graphic. It will be limited to the visual that I want you all to see, and you will not create your own visuals which I want to trigger through the paper. So there are narrative descriptions of places, of experiences. So in the paper I have written a narrative description of Jewish Museum at Berlin. I haven't visited the place, but I have seen the pictures and analyzed it accordingly. Same about the other structure. And there are certain similar things, certain similar elements, and certain similar approaches. They look very different, but there is a similarity in it. And of course, the person who visits it, because I read somebody's experiences, are almost the similar. So this is how it was translated. The tangible elements were used by these two architects. They look very different. One is almost like a deconstruction sort of a space, and the other one, I will show you the pictures. Next slide. Yeah, so I'm purposely not showing the plan, but Jewish Museum is we can call, it goes on the deconstruction lines and fragmented things. The spaces are not in a way symmetrical, that kind of a thing. But and the second thing, the next one, yeah. And here you will see a very, very organized and structured way of creating a space. So they have different approaches. They have used certain common things like the form finish concrete, and there are certain other sets. There is a whole essay that I have written. I'm not a great narrator. I need Nasiruddin Shah probably to read it and reach it to you. And that's why I'm not reading it. So I request all of you to read it when you read the paper. But the next point, next slide, is exactly the same. Uh, why there is an Asruddin needed to do certain things, and why, though I have written it, I cannot reach you. So he has that individuality to translate the emotion perfectly to you and create the necessary subtext for you. So through this particular essay, I want to show that everybody learns the same grammar of tangible elements, but only certain individuals can reach upon the intangible heights. And what could be the reason? So again, my search is going on for that. But since the first since the first essay, I am now also in the same search. Go back. Yeah. So it is about the grammar that all of us, through the tangible elements, we all learn this grammar. How to compose things. There is form, space, and order, ching. Everybody learns it, but we don't become, not everybody's spaces are that great. Everybody learns the same ragas. All the disciples of the same guru are doing the same thing, but not everybody becomes Bhimsen Joshi. So what are these things? What is this individual, which is a very unique thing? And what are the grammar things that we all perfect and we all teach in schools? And what can be done about it, or can anything be done ever about it, or we can just leave it? That is the whole crux of this particular essay. Yeah, next. Yeah, and then I was like, how can we just leave it? I mean, there should be some attempt. I mean, how do we achieve this skill? And I remembered, like, one of the TV shows I was watching, and Sherlock Holmes in that says that 10,000 hours of practice makes you perfect in it. So yes, so you can achieve the skill if you are having that intent and that soulful and whatever, the passionate practice, and the subjectivity of that practice is again questionable. But yes, the skill can be achieved. And maybe in the whole process, you become intuitive. Like you are doing one particular thing for 10,000 times, and at the whatever the count is, you become highly intuitive. So this might be the crux behind all these stalwarts. I'll just read this. An intuitive artist, music composer, or an intuitive architect, or even a scientist will try to cross and wander beyond these boundaries of said grammar, not deliberately though, just for the fact that he can't be bound, not even by himself. So you cannot really structure yourself and how to get into that flow. So this whole thing about an artist is mentioned in this particular essay. Yeah, next. Okay, this essay is named as Marriage of Arts and Elements. And this is a common experience to all of us. We always hear and say, the way she sang that day was something, that night the moon was something else. It looks very different today, but that day the whole space was just so peaceful and meaningful. So we all start narrating these experiences. The other person hasn't seen it, but through your narration he already feels it, and he understands. How that other person understands what you're trying to say? Because that other person has already experienced that thing with some other context. So this particular thing about it was different that day, how come, if it is static, how can it be all of a sudden different? So what are the other factors that marry it to make it different at that time, is what I was trying to explore through this essay. And I have cited certain examples, my personal experiences of certain spaces which were grammatically perfectly done. And there are certain other things which contribute to it, like Ganga Aarti at Varanasi Ghats, or Gol Ghumaj, and the Gandhi Ashram done by Charles Correa. So all those narrations I have written. Next. Yeah. So after that, I was coming to, please conclude. Okay. Yeah. So I will not go much into it. So translating ideas into form. So every writer writes the same story in a different format. There are two examples that I have done. The Black Taj I will briefly explain. Go to the next slide. The black taj is a metaphoric black taj. Everybody understands tangible concept. It's a metaphoric thing. Intangible is this concept which our firm only did. And Nikhil said, let's break Taj open. Let the dome be uh, scattered so that you feel it and you go through it. And I'll just read one line. Please excuse me for that. Hate gives an existential clarity to these elements. They are free to express their individuality, yet together they create a sense of space one can explore and interact with while walking through them. This is the line that I wanted to say. And the next slide. That was the intangible aspect. And this, I feel, this graphic I'm purposely showing, not in the paper here. This is the tantalizing things. We cannot have it, but we secretively wish for things like this. And next slide. Okay, so this is the, not conclusion, but the epilogue. Yes, there are many known factors and elements that create or set up the stage for the intangible experience. The intangibility may give it a miss at times. If only all the tangibles are woven together for the possibility of the former, the notches of the lock will fall in place at once, and the intangible may just come as the inevitable. Yeah, I think I'm done. Sorry, I exceeded the time limit.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Ma'am, could we have your views, please? Ujjwala, ma'am, your views, please.
Yes. Yeah, Gautami has made my job very difficult.
Okay.
Gautami, you must be a very, very sensitive person and very, very intangibly rich person, I would say. We are very fond of using the word intangibility in our entire process of learning architecture and creating architecture as well. Probably that's the quality which makes us an architect as we feel, and that's the quality which actually makes a building a piece of architecture. That's a thought behind a building is what is architecture, and thought is always intangible. And this thought, when this intangibility, you are trying to look for the grammar of this intangibility, it's a difficult task. Your grammar may not match with my grammar, and your relation with the piece of building will not never be the same as mine. So it's to put it into words, to put it into equation, to put it into a process and look for the answers to those processes probably will not be a way. I being into teaching, and I love to relate everything to teaching. It's that's the toughest part of architecture education which we all encounter. We can the only answer you have done a wonderful job as far as the methodology is concerned. We all architecture courses are mostly under the faculty of engineering, or we relate the methodology with that of the engineering uh, uh, way of doing research. This kind of an experiential learning and trying to narrate those various experiences through essays and then trying to put it into a process of research is something which is very, very unique, very different. You have done it, and you have done it wonderfully well, I would say. And for that, you need to be a person with where the grooming has already been done, either in the school or in the college, or you have done it yourself, because you have to be that person first. So that's the basis, that's a background. To create the stimuli which are all for all is for the common things which are there in the building. We a building which will be appreciated in Nagpur or in India per se probably will have a proper. These are the things which need to be there in that building. But if the abstractism has to be read, which you did in these two through these two examples of museum and the memorial, is something which every time I look at it, and it's not the reading, but it's a kind of a feeling that comes to our mind through deconstructivism. That is the kind of level of architecture which we are talking about, because the architects are not never understood by general people, and there's a disconnect. There is a disconnect between a society and a very established architect. Utilitarian aspects can very easily be given by architect, but giving a thought to this and making that thought read by the society is something which is slightly difficult. So I would say all the essays and the thoughts behind those essays which you have mentioned are essential. There could be many more essays which can be written down, small essays, and there are innumerable words, innumerable elements. All our five senses. Architecture, unfortunately, has been called as up till now. Has been called as the visual art. It's not a visual art. It's an art to be experienced through all our senses together. But enriching my senses has never been given importance in our curriculum. So, for enriching our senses, we need to have the experiential kind of pedagogy in our education. Not only in architecture, but it has to be developed right from the school days. That's why the tours are taken. They are not for the tick marks. We have to understand how we feel when it's raining and when we get wet, and these kind of enriching our all five senses and documenting that enrichment and taking at every level from one level to another level. So first kind of nourishing your senses, then understanding how to restore that nourishment, and then third is how to transmit it to our students. So it's a difficult task. It's very difficult task. Sometimes, if time permits, we will talk about the pedagogy of enriching our senses in architecture and its importance. So I appreciate the kind of examples you have taken. I have seen you getting involved so much. So did I, and I may exceed my time as well. So I would like to stop now.
Thank you, ma'am, so much. I'm honestly touched right now. So,
Prachi,
thank
Prachi
you
is
so much.
my friend since again ages. Yes. Okay.
No, but what ma'am spoke was a complete reminder of what we should be doing.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I will like to call our technical review committee member, Dr. Abhijit Natu, sir, please, for his views. Thank you.
Yeah, completely agree with Dr. Chakradev. And this kind of approach to research and getting presented in an empirical research conference is very important, because the earlier research was quantitative, where they were depending on survey. And here she is depending upon her own experiences. I think she must have been, you must have read probably Juhani Phalasama's Thinking Hand, The Eyes of the Skin. There he talks about beyond the visual, And also you have resorted to the post-positivist research, which is parallel to the post-construction, post modernism movement, which is contemporary to postmodernism. And also, like Christian Norberg Schulz, he also talks about phenomenology of architecture. My one suggestion now would be that you have narrated your experiences and your approach to architecture, understanding architecture through experience. So will it not be a good idea to collect essays by people and then analyze in a phenomenological way, and then try to understand how people at large also feel
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
architecture?
Yes.
So that will be more useful to you to further,
Yes.
prepare yourself and prepare your students
Yes.
for how architecture could be appreciated. So a more kind of, understanding architecture from people point of view in a phenomenological way. Probably that could be a task ahead. You may take it ahead. That is what I want to say.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Gautami Renuse, for your
Thank you.
presentation. We'll have the next presenter, Dr. Jan Bauer. He's the CEO of Anthropology B Consultancy. He has sent us a presentation along with an audio file. We will be playing both of them together, synchronized. After that, we will have a question and answer session where, if needed be, I will be typing the questions to him. Thank you.
Hello. First slide, please. And the second slide. And now the third slide. The German semiotician Roland Posner has coined this definition of culture. Culture comprises three components, namely a society, people and their institutions, a civilization, all artifacts and texts that the people have produced, and a mentality, the codes that inform the other two components. The codes are meaningful, mental, social, or material units that express the people's worldview. Social anthropologists study society, while cultural anthropologists focus on civilization and mentality, but do not neglect society. The mentality component of culture delineates a cognitive structure in which theories and perceptions of nature and culture are conceptualized. It thus includes definitions, classifications, and concepts of the physical, natural, social, economic, and ideational environments. Fourth slide, please. Architecture is the science of building that involves a patron, a designer, a builder, the contractor, and the worker, as well as the materials, the cardinal points, climate, and the environment. Yet, the material form of buildings includes the hidden codes of the culture of which the architect is a part. Basically, we have the two tools at our disposal to discover the hidden codes of a culture. These are universal categories and culture-specific categories. Our analysis moves along the lines of confluence of both sets of categories. An example of universal categories is the meaning of lines. Lines in any work of art or architecture play. Examples of culture-specific categories are the local classifications of flora, fauna, and people and their worldview. Next slide, please. Vertical lines express not only stability, but also dignity. Next slide, please. The horizontal line gives a feeling of balance and peace. Next slide, please. The diagonal line gives us a feeling of movement and expresses an unstable condition. Let's now have a look at the Egyptian murals as expression of worldview. Slide 8, please. If we compare the way the Egyptians depicted, for example, 3 stones, and the way we would do that today, we see a remarkable difference. In the Egyptian way, all the 3 stones are of equal size, whereas we would put the stone in front big and the stone behind small. Our way of depicting may be called optic. Next slide, please. An ancient Egyptian text says, "Get up, King Unas, take your head and collect your bones and your limbs. Clear your flesh from mud. Receive your bread that cannot become moldy, and your beer that cannot become stale. Get up, King Unas, thou shalt not be dead." In the ancient Egyptian view, There was thus all-round immortality in the hereafter. This view is expressed in their art. All human beings, animals and objects are depicted with straight lines and closed contours so as to transform them from mortals into immortals. This way, earthly time and earthly space was banned from the representations. In other words, the Egyptians could only speak to the eternal by freezing time and all its fleeting qualities. Next slide, please. Hotep mural. Nothing on this mural is depicted as we see it with our eyes. The representation of images of the life of Hotep is not optical. We see the human figure in profile with the eye en face, the shoulder frontal, the hip and the legs from aside, and the feet are seen from the inside. The measurements, too, are not optical. That is not seen from front to back, but depicted according to importance. The pond does not show curved lines, but is painted in section. The fisherman with the prey on the spear is static, and the water is even painted vertically. The way he holds his spear is unrealistic. The birds do not fly, but sit on a man's hand with two wings of equal size. Everything is eternal. There's no movement, not even a suggestion of movement. Nothing is imperfect or accidentally deformed or distorted. There is no suggestion of depth or perspective. The mural on the tomb of Hotep, Beni Hassan, is a good example. Let's have a look at the origin of design among the Nagas of Northeast India. Next slide, please. Worldviews of cultures and the interpretation of the environment in a culture are major resources of design. The Nagas were inspired by nature, and in a complex arbitration between their views and environment, they arrived at their authentic designs. Among the Nagas, the hill knife, or dao, and the hornbill are the main sources of their designs for both decorations and the architecture of the Naga dormitory. The Naga case demonstrates that the choice of design is based on perception and worldview, while the choice of raw materials is based on availability. Next slide, please. Here we see the design of the dao, the dormitory, and the beam above the door with 4 skulls and double dows. Next slide, please. The Naga dormitory, you can see here, and the design is of the nest of the hornbill. Next slide, please. The South Indian farmhouse. At first sight, a modern flat in South India looks completely different from an indigenous farmhouse in the same region. The material is different indeed, but the mental? From the seat in the hall, the head of the household controls all coming and going in the flat. Next slide, please. Yet, if we consider the relationship between people and structure, nothing seems to have changed at all. Entering the farmhouse, you will be seen by the landlord whose chair is placed on the veranda on the side of the court right opposite the entrance. When you enter a modern apartment, you enter into a living room where the landlord can see you entering. In both designs, the landlord controls from his seat all movements of all who enter the flat. Anthropology, especially studying the mentality component of culture, offers absolute new vistas for architects. This component comprises the hidden codes of society and civilization. These codes can be cracked with the help of semiotic and structural techniques and the line alphabet. Mentality refers to the hidden codes in design and social interaction, while lines each have their own meaning in drawings or paintings and indeed in design. We thus move from practice to underlying concepts and back to practices. On this trajectory, we find contrasting concepts of space and time and the culture-specific location and perception of man in the environment. It traverses the local and global context. To sum up, through anthropology, we learn to see space from the vantage point of the interface mental and material. This opens new vistas on known topics in architecture through an understanding of thought behind practice, and it allows us to envision new and authentic design. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, over to you for the views.
Thank you, Prachi. And wait a minute, something wrong with my camera. Do you want my camera to be seen? Something has gone wrong.
Yeah, it is seen now.
Okay, okay. My another camera actually needs to be, but it's okay. What I would like to say, Jan, that you are trying to understand the line through line alphabet the entire language of architecture. This entire presentation is slightly similar to the one which was presented by Gautami, trying to understand the intangibility, but here he has taken up the language of line as the entire alphabet, sleeping line, standing line, and the emotions associated with the diagonal line, instability, stability, and the examples which he has quoted are from the history and especially from Egypt, which talk about the various lines which we have never seen many a times, and the meaning hidden in those lines about what is being conveyed. And this is a new aspect completely, which probably even I had not looked into in all these years and had never thought of it. Though when we were in, when we start teaching the basic design, we talk about this lines so much. We tell them about all these sleeping, vertical, horizontal, and the thickness and the force of line, the forefront line, and the lines in the background, and the things like that. But it's a wonderful interpretation of lines in architecture, in taking inspiration from nature and the spirit and the semiotics and the symbolism associated with those. How are they being converted through this? Again, here, only one thing which I would like to look for is the literature, and quoting someone who is an authentic, who has authority in this field or in this subject, probably would have been wonderfully done. And again, every time I would like to relate it to education. So this particular aspect, when taken up and line to be converted into a word, like the word alphabet is converted into the word, and which the word finally conveys the intangible meaning. Similarly, line, if converted with the combination of various lines into the words of architecture or elements of architecture, can probably lead to conveying a particular word which is in, which has or meaning in depth.
we need to understand that language to understand the meaning of that word also. Thank you so much. Over to sir.
Yeah, ma'am, just to interrupt.
Yes.
Things are not audible to him, so he has whatever he could hear. He has sent me a WhatsApp message. He says a combination of lines create new meanings. For example, the facade of a building, which lines do you want to dominate? There are choices based on the meaning.
Yes, that's what I said.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Dr. Nathu, so please, your views.
Yeah. What is the next question? Because I couldn't hear anything.
We can hear you, sir.
We can hear
It
you,
was
sir. But
disconnected. I had no image, no sound. It just came back.
yeah, yeah. But the recording can be then forwarded to him for the further reactions.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, of course. I'm
Okay.
anytime ready to answer any questions.
Yes, Nathu, sir, please, your views.
Yeah.
Uh,
What you've chosen is, you want to say something?
No, sir, you go on, please.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. He has looked at lines and meaning of lines, how they have manifested in architecture and facades. And in the end, he also explained how the line is manifested in plan, I believe. Somehow how it manifests in plan, he's explained the traditional house and the modern flat system, how the line is kind of manifested in plans also is looking at. So it's a different approach as to how lines communicate meaning in architecture. I think his work is also very close to when he was talking about plan, at least. When he talking about line, I felt it is very close to space syntax analysis of a building. How these lines join dots inside the buildings and how the series of private and public spaces are created. That was what my understanding of the last two slides particularly. So that is what my understanding was, and his work is also very qualitative and very different approach architects can take it. Yeah, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir, we can. Yeah, I think we will move
Hello?
on to the next presentation. Yes, sir.
How's that? Hello?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yeah?
Yes, sir. Please go on, sir.
The answer, yeah. Well, there are two things that are very interesting. One is that the individual perceptions and the unconsciousness of a cultural perception. So you can design very consciously with the meaning of particular lines, yet there is beyond that another level that you can actually not control. You have to really reflect on what you're doing and to see the meanings beyond it. And it is particularly interesting if in combination with Gautami's paper, whereas you were talking about the individual level, with the sensitivities and feelings on the individual level, if that then see in combination of the unconscious of culture, which I try to explain in my paper, I think we can open a complete new field here.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you.
I would like to mention here. That sir is the only non-architect presenting today. He's an anthropologist and he has studied the field quite deep, and he has been presenting in different colleges. Had visited our college also for last 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next to present will be architect Kaustubh Dikshit. He is the faculty of Pravara Rural College of Architecture.
Am I audible?
Hello.
Yes, audible, Kaustubh.
Yeah. Namaskar to all. I'm architect Kaustubh Dikshit, alumni of Allana College of Architecture. My specialization is in sustainable architecture, and also I'm very interested in watching cinemas. So next slide. Today's my topic for this NCET 2020 is analysis of change in housing typology in post-independent Bharat. That is from 1947 to 1969, the first 2 decades, by the overview of Indian or rather Bharatiya cinema. Next. So first, I would like to say what is.
Are you presenting? I
No.
can't see your presentation though.
Uh,
Ma'am, you will have to pin me, Dhwani Iyer. If you can find Dhwani Iyer presentation.
Okay.
I'm presenting on his behalf.
Okay. But somehow it has not been uploaded.
In the list of people, ma'am, you can find Dhwani Iyer presentation.
Okay, I'll do that.
Am I audible now?
And you can just pin me, and you'll be able to see the presentation.
Okay.
Hello, am I audible?
Kaustubh, just a minute. Kaustubh, just a minute. Ma'am, is it visible?
No, not yet.
Shall I present this?
Ma'am, it is seen at my end.
So, is it visible, ma'am?
No, it's not visible, but let him go ahead because I will try to make sense out of what he is saying. It's okay.
I'll exit and present again. I'll present again. One second.
She will start presenting again.
Kaustubh, just a minute.
Now I can. Yeah. Yes, Kaustubh, I can see.
Yeah, okay. Now I'll just present now.
Ma'am, I can't see my presentation. Okay.
No, it's coming up.
Ma'am, can you see now?
Yes, I can. I had by mistake pinned my own picture.
Okay.
So I was saying on the line.
Kaustubh, just a small request. Can you speak a little loudly, please?
This is okay, ma'am. This page. Hello.
This is okay. Yeah.
Okay. So as I said, my topic is related to cinema and architecture, especially housing typology. Both the areas are very vast, and this is just a baby step towards exploring the both and connecting these both media. Next. So what is Bharatiya cinema? So nothing but representation of the society through the director's point of view. Every cinema shows their own flavor, their own story through the eyes of the director. And we must say that it's a blend of art and technologies, including the painting, music, or dancing, sculptures. You take any name and the art is there to help cinema out, and it is only possible with the help of technology. And it's nothing but Bharatiya cinema expresses itself through the elements of time, space, color, texture, light, shadows, music, harmony, rhythm, balances, emotions, and not to forget, as it is a Bharatiya cinema, emotions. So in a way, we can say cinema is very similar or very close to that of the art of architecture. Next. But why I particularly chose this media is not just because there are similarities, but it also very approachable to the classes as well as the masses, and it has a huge impact on the youth of the Bharat, as well as not to forget, it also an important source of information of our cultures, trends, traditions for the foreigners, for who are the outside the Bharat and they want to understand the Bharat. So that is one of the reason I chose this particular media. And cinema showcases life and events with the help of architecture, in terms of interior planning, buildings, every level. So vice versa, can we consider cinema as a media to understand the broader, at least the broader concepts of architecture and planning? So yes, let us explore that. Next. So here I am going to limit my study only to the housing typology of the architecture, and I know it is very physical and very typology oriented. I'm not touching more on the emotions and the very subtle aspects of the study that can be taken to at the next level. Next. So these are some of the housing typologies which we can be observed in Bharat at the individual level as an individual houses as well as the group housing, which are divided in because of the economic conditions and most probably the setup of rural as well as urban Bharat. So we can have we have like huts, slum shanties, or maybe small housing groups based on the caste in the rural setup or the slum areas, right from like in the middle group from single housing societies till the high rise buildings, and for the even for the high income group, individual bungalows to very high end residential apartments. Next. So methodology was very simple for this particular study is like watch movies, read articles and some papers which are related to cinema and architecture. Compare the data of these 2 decades, whether the cinema are really following the theme or not, and then we can conclude that what is the study says after all. Next. So case study. Next. So the case studies here, I'm limiting my scope of study only for the Hindi cinema or in popular terms Bollywood cinema, because it is the most watched by the people of Bharat, and only to 2 decades, that to 2 examples, one from the popular cinema like your commercial cinema and one from the parallel cinema art movies, so that we can actually see that representation in a larger than life representation and presentation of the real life activities in cinemas in parallel movies, whether they go side by side or there are any huge differences. So let's explore. Next. So my first example is Shri 420, 1955 Raj Kapoor movie. So it's a movie about a boy who migrates from a village to a city to gain fame and money and respect. So here, mostly the movie moves around that particular character played by Raj Kapoor himself, and it showcases here Raj Kapoor has taken help of real life sets as well real life locations as well as sets. So in this particular slide we can see 3 images, the right top and right bottom image and as well as the other image which is a part of a set. But here we can see some the external facade of a slum with very basic and elementary information about the how uh, the urban poor is living at that time, and the chawl as the middle income group people's housing typology, and as well as a person who is having some like better quality of living, the heroine's house, which is yet another type of housing in middle class, and very minimal furniture, very basic elements of architecture which is not actually related to any style but only the functions. Next. Here the urban higher income groups is been shown, right? If we start from the colonial bungalows tell the RCC construction for the higher income groups, which is limited to G+7 or 8, and interior mostly showcasing the modern style of architecture, and we can observe here the influence of interior design which was following in the West. Next. The second example here is Do Bigha Zameen by Bimal Roy, one of the pioneers in parallel cinema in Bharatiya cinema. Here, the movie showcases the life of a farmer who is forced to migrate from a village to a city of Kolkata. So earlier example was from the western shore, and now we are moving towards the east side. So here he has also considered real life locations as well as some sets, and it is very true to the life of a villager. The whole setup, which here we can see the stone plains, mud walls, bamboo mesh cladding for the walls, and very down to earth vernacular kind of architecture. Next. The second slide, this here we can see the setup of an urban poor slums. In the previous example, we can observe only the facade, only the external. There is no any details has been shown. But here, Bimal Roy explores more on the life, day-to-day life, including the common amenities, the more true to the construction styles and materials, the use of metal sheets, and very congested and very low-rise kind of an slum area in the Kolkata city. Next. And on the other hand, we can see the bottom three images of a zamindar, which is, even though he is situated in the village, we can observe some Victorian style of furnitures, and this setup is more inclined towards the British oriented kind of a person who is more relate himself to the Britishers, and as well as the construction of the RCC is also been observed here, the top two images. Next. So now we move to the next decade, the 60s, where we can observe more of the penetration of postmodernism, mostly in terms of the interiors. So yes, we'll begin with uh, the left bottom image as the higher middle income group person's house, which is a G+1 structure having like the same Victorian style of architecture for the interiors, rather the furniture, and very minimal setup with timber corridors, timber columns, and timber staircases. But as we move ahead, the other side, even though they are living in the same context of the city, here we can see more stress on the postmodern kind of setup. The interior shows the bright red colors, blue staircases with inclined the handrails and all. Even though if we just observe the bottom three images, we can just make out the differences with the help of the staircases only. The staircase design differs, and if we see the center up image where we can see a dining table as well as a like a sofa set. The dining table looks like an of an modern style of like kind of design, where the postmodern in the sofa, it shows that difference between the two generations. The brother, they are three are brothers, and like there is some difference between the ideology of the oldest brother and the youngest brother. So here furniture items, or rather the interior setup, is being used to show how the ideologies got changed. that first it was very cozy, very like family oriented, which was then got very personal, very individualized orientation, very self oriented. Next. So this is the second movie of the 60s, Upkar, directed by Manoj Kumar. Sorry, I forgot. Earlier movie was directed by Raj Khosla. This movie was directed by Upkar, Manoj Kumar. So here the setup is of an Haryanvi village, which is closer to Delhi, but still in the period of 60s or late 60s, we can still observe the low use of local material and the old houses, just and the planning of the that or the settlement of that village is more oriented or in the complementing the composite climate, so that we can observe the center image, the top image, that it is been mutually shaded because of the narrow street and higher width to height ratio of the building. And yes, but if we saw the right bottom image, we can see a penetration of the of the RCC structure. So the influence of the Delhi, the updation in the construction industry in the Delhi region is can be observed here. Next, if we compare the yes, ma'am. This is the last example only. So if we compare this here, the Zamindar Haveli and the Do Bhiga Zamin Zamindar Haveli, there more of an colonial kind of approach was there, but here still vernacular with a better like workmanship and better use of materials can be seen. And the same can like the earlier example, we can observe the most modern postmodern kind of interior design approach. Next. So here if we compare the architectural styles, so we can see the Sri Chasovis shows the colonial and modern kind of architecture. Do Biga Zamin displays vernacular and colonial kind of architecture, where and these two examples belong to the first decade. Second, more of an postmodern kind of approach with vernacular touch also. And one thing I want to stress here is the influential factors, that migration we can see as a common factor, where one is migrating from the towns to the metro city of Mumbai in the search of job, and he is not forcefully, but he is willingly coming there, maybe. But there is a very forceful migration taken place in the second example. Third example, the migration is like from a joint family to a nuclear family. And in Upkar, now there is more urge to live urban life. Next. So the analysis of this small research, I can say that this journey of cinema, it presents the adaptation of Western style of architecture, more of an adaptation. There are more elements of modernism and postmodernism can be seen, and both mainstream cinema and parallel cinema, they both display the same thing, and even the socio-cultural aspect is also been linked, and the influential factors are hello sorry so the influential factors here are more so they are more on the hello, am I audible? Sorry.
Yes, yes.
Oh,
Yes,
sorry,
Kaushik.
sorry. So it comments on the influential factors also. So it is not just a movie just runs around some 2 3 characters, but it also displays the urban situations, the social situation at that time. So first decade, it represents the colonial architecture, shows as an hierarchical element for the higher income group. But the next, also the RCC construction. But the next decade, now the RCC construction has taken a step forward. It is going more high, but it is also been open for the other group housing of the other category income group categories. So if I want to conclude it in summarize it in one sentence, the exposure and the blind adoption of Western culture can be seen here. So next slide. If I want to like take some inferences, yes, we can consider cinema as a medium, as a source of study the architecture of that particular period, though not very 100% right, but in a very generalized way. So that's it. That was my research, and thank you.
Thank you, Kaustu. Requesting Ujjwala ma'am to give her opinion.
Yes. So Kaustubh, you have actually taken up very interesting parallel movies and architecture. There's one thing which is very common between the two. Both movies as well as architecture are the mirror of the society. They reflect whatever happens in the society the way it is. And the technology also plays an important role. More effective you become if you are aware of the technology, and if the technology is available to you. So these are the two things, and there can be many more parallels which you have already tried to find out. What I am learning through these sessions is the methodology of research is very important. And the first presenter had given a very systematic methodological way, stating the hypothesis and then conducting a survey and arriving at things. The second example was that of Gautami, and she did lots of intangible studies and qualitative study and tried to understand the qualitativeness of the particular aspect of architecture. Now, yours is something slightly different than both these and that of Jan's also. Now, in this case, what you are trying to do is trying to just collect information about these two aspects. You have though taken up one pin down thing, that is housing. So you are looking for housing depicted through movies. In past so many decades, you might have taken decade of 50s and 60s and 70s, and then you could have actually taken it till today, probably, but that's okay. What I would call this is the grounded theory. Grounded theory is collecting information without any hypothesis, without any information, or without any particular pre-assumptions that I'm looking for this or looking for that, nothing of that sort. Just collecting information about movies, setups, their sets, what they show, how they show, what are the elements which are making those sets important, lights, then views and material, the elements, the interior, the facades, the exteriors, all these aspects of architecture and housing architecture are being depicted through these movies, and you are trying to look at those, collect that information. On the second hand, it would have been appropriately done by collecting information about the society at that particular point of time. What was the society at that particular point of time? And probably a third parallel is the examples of that category in the real world at that particular time, like chawl, or a house of a middle class human man, or something. This is still not a research. This is just a collection of information and collection of data and getting involved in that. When you get emotionally involved in that data which you have collected and take use of a technology to some extent by computers analyzing so many houses, so many have these elements, so many, so you have lots of variables here, variables here, variables here, so lots of common things here, and then computer softwares can help you analyze those as well. Then you arrive at two or three or four sentences assumptions saying that cinema is a true reflector, is not as good a reflector of the society as that of a architecture, as that architecture is, or something like that. And what you think is, you think about it. So it's your thought process. What you feel is important to be researched. So lots of things come out of these grounded theory. In our conditions, our background, like where we all are doing research, this kind of a research has not yet been given lots of importance. Somebody might outrightly reject your work saying that you don't have a hypothesis, you don't have nothing, you're proving nothing actually. But you're collecting lots of information, and over the years you are getting involved into that collection of informations. If you involve people who are experts in this field and involve people who are experts in architecture, you are likely to end up and get a particular parallel, which is very, very important for both the fields to be, to excel, maybe, to reflect, maybe, or whatever way you want to do. So there are various ways. So this is a base. This is very important stage in research for of where you are collecting a data, collecting an information, and a very different way of approaching a research as well. There's absolutely correct way of starting a research. You are midway through. Now starts the real answers or something which comes out. In a grounded theory, we are amused by the kind of result that comes out. There are no assumptions, but something which is startlingly different. We had never assumed this, we never thought of it, but it has come out of the data. Data speaks, data talks, data gives reasons. Data becomes a conveying point in such cases. So that's all I would like to say. Yes, thank you.
May I say something?
Yes.
Um, like means, as you said very correctly, there was no any assumptions on anything. I like to watch many movies and all, and what I felt like, there is, if we say it very abstractly, both the media shares the blind of art as well as the technology. So I thought, why can't we explore this medium to understand the social aspect at that particular time, or maybe the architectural characters which has been there in the, in the country. And because it's a very huge country to explore, this one medium, and if we just explore the movies of the like other regional language, like Malayalam movies, like Telugu, Tamil, Marathi, so we can observe how people are living there. And on the other hand, we can create some movies, or we can explore that area to show the traditions as well as the architecture. So that was the whole idea about this. And as I said, it's just a baby step, just one step. And yes, I'm in the process of doing more research and considering more movies of the more next decades. Thanks, man.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Nathu, sir,
Yeah.
your views, please, sir.
Uh, yeah, can you hear
Yes,
me?
sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, interesting work. This topic also I had ventured long back, but somehow could not pursue it. It's a very interesting topic. And the method you have used is content analysis. So you are analyzing the frames of the movie and doing content analysis of that, and then coming out with findings. As she rightly pointed out, it's grounded theory research as of now. So I think it's a very very good topic because movie it reflects architecture as well as the society and the relationship between the two. So placemaking becomes very important. Finally, these movie makers, they use architecture as a medium for communication also, and it has to befit the theme or the story of the movie, the screenplay of the movie, and placemaking happens because of architecture inside the frame of the content what you are studying. I think it is interesting. There are finer aspects which you can look up when you actually take formally take this up as a research area. There are finer aspects which can be looked into, but keep it up. It's good.
Thank you, sir. So actually, I was eagerly like I was expected to go into the finer aspect, but because of the limitations of the time and the words and all, I couldn't explore it more. But yes, I thought that this may be one area which is not explored that much. That too, when I started searching for the research papers and articles, it was very difficult for me to get appropriate research because this area is not explored that much. I think Professor Ravi Shiv Kumar of Kamlaraja College, he is in very much in this particular field. So I'm trying to get connected with him, and I will definitely do more research in this particular thing. Thank you, sir.
Best wishes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
One thing,
Thank you, Kaustubh.
ma'am, I just want to thank
Yes.
Allana College. It's my college and my professors, my faculties. But still, I would like to show my gratitude that you gave me this platform to express myself. Thanks.
Good to see you again and have you as a participant. Thank you.
Thank you.
With the permission of the jury members, is it okay to extend? We have two more participants lined up. We have already, it's already 2:10. Will it be okay?
Yeah, we
Nathu
can.
sir and ma'am.
Yes, sure. Surely.
Have brief presentations.
Okay, sir. Yeah, thank you. Yes, next presenter is Fiona Menezes, visiting faculty of Allana College of Architecture. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Fiona here. I did my B.Arch from School of Architecture, Ahmedabad, and later on, I have worked with various architects, and I have been teaching as a visiting faculty, chiefly involved in architectural design since 2018. Next, please. The topic of my research paper is New Beginnings, Architectural Interventions Towards the Revival of Arts and Crafts in Ajrakpur, Bhuj. Next. So New Beginnings, I talk about this topic over here because what I feel is that there has been a dearth of understanding about how we go about tackling a settlement or community rebuilding after a calamity. New beginnings call for a renewed passion driven by a humanely wholesome and biologically balanced sensitivity. When we talk of natural disasters or calamities that occur, what I feel is that in the Indian context, there seems to be a lack of sensitivity in the way we approach it. What happens is functionality, quick building methods, and economic concerns take the precedence over a new and a renewed way of looking at rebuilding, learning from our mistakes, and opportunities are lost. The objectives of this paper is to demonstrate the outreach that architectural intervention has in such a scenario, and to see how in a built environment we can reform society. The scope and limitation of this paper is uh, sorry I'm looking at Bhuj as an example, and chiefly at a little redeveloped, resettled village called Ajrakpur. Next, please. I'll just speak a little about Kutch and about what it has been through and the various difficulties and hardships that the people have gone through. As we all know, it lies in Gujarat and a desert region. Basically, it is an amalgamation of people from various parts of Central Asia who have come and relocated. And these people that live here are extremely skilled in terms of their arts and crafts. So essentially, they are a cattle herding community. There are two that came and settled in the Bunny region, that is the grasslands in Kutch, and then you have the uh, and then you have another set of people who came and inhabited it towards the coastline. Now, both these were skilled and they promoted the arts in a major way. What Bhuj has seen over the years is various. It lies on a geological fault line, and so various earthquakes have taken place. It's seen drought a couple of twice in the last one century, and what has resulted is that what this has resulted in is that there is a fundamental shift in the way uh, people start looking at life because they are faced with these hardships. Next, please. Ajrakpur essentially is a little town, or you can call it a village that is outside Bhuj, and it sits about 50 odd kilometers from Bhuj. It sits about 20 odd kilometers from Bhuj. This is an entirely resettled village. After the earthquake, it was a barren piece of land which the government offered as a resettlement zone. Now, a community of block printers called from the Khatri community chose this as as a place to relocate after the earthquake, and they are essentially a community that is involved in resist block printing, an art form that has thrived over the last 300 years and has of late gained a lot of popularity. Next, please. Next slide, please. Now, as we come to Ajrakpur is a fairly, what do you call, is a fairly regular village if you look at it at first. And it lacks any kind of, it lacks clarity in terms of architectural design principles. It's like any other city in India where people come, a township where plots are given and people come and develop their residences or their workplaces. I take up Ajrak Studio, which is a little workshop. It's a private workshop designed by Indigo Studio as a case study here to show how within that little hamlet the architect has been able to show methods of building in a more meaningful and organized manner. What he has done is he's taken taken elements that are contemporary and used a language that is local to the place and created a new language that shows directions to the people that live in this region. Most of them, almost all of them are into block printing. So this space here is a studio come sales place come workshop, and people are open to come and have a look at what they do on a daily basis. He has reverted to materials such as fly ash bricks, lime mortar, and created a language that uh, shows the way ahead. Next, please.
Fiona, ma'am, can
Yeah.
I please request you to hurry it up a little bit? We have
Sure,
one more
sure.
presentation.
Yes, I'll hasten it. Next, please. And the other, I also speak about sociological interventions over here. Shrujan is a non-profit organization that has furthered this cause in Kutch. So next, please. Next slide, please. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. The next one is showing LLDC, the Living and Learning Design
Yes,
Center.
that's right. So this is an institute which showcases the arts and crafts of Kutch at a larger level. This again is a project designed by Indigo Architects, and it is at an institutional level. So it is basically, it sits on an 8-acre plot in the same village, and it showcases again building methodology that is rooted to the place and gives the people of the region a sense of pride when they work and they showcase their work in such a place. Next, please. So, what I would like to I'd like to conclude saying that through these examples, what I'm trying to say here is that if we go about basically Ajrakpur could have ended up being yet another city, yet another village without any identity. But the fact that it is driven by a team of people that are all united towards this art and craft, it has helped it, gain some kind of identities. And if they follow the methodology shown, the building methods shown in these two examples, we can look at a new way of building. And next, please. Yeah, these are my references, and I'd like to thank Allana College for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Architect Fiona. Ma'am, your views, please.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Architect Fiona. This is a typical example of what an architect normally does. I've been saying that uh, uh, people said architecture, research in architecture is a new phenomena. It's not. Every piece of architecture which is designed by an architect has to undergo lots of research work. He has to not only understand the availability of material, the background, the site, the context, but also the culture, also the need. And there are so many aspects which we actually need to understand before we actually execute or design a building. That's what you have shown here. And that also is research. And that's a very important research. Looking for a methodology in these types of researches is something which is very, very not yet being explored properly. And arriving at a new vocabulary which is contextual, which is local, which is a need of where with the vocabulary of architecture which the local people will accept. They will say that it looks like our own building. So they, even if they are not very vocal about it, they will accept that type of typology, and yet that typology will be true to its time, that is, it will be contemporary. So contemporary structures designed by architects in a peculiar context have a peculiar requirement which needs to be addressed to what you are saying through your paper and through the example which you have shown, and needs again a very different kind of a methodology is required here. There are both the aspects. Normally when the research is done by an architect while building things, again both tangible intangible aspects aspects are definitely looked into it. The materials available, the cost factor, the physical requirements like functional requirement of the client and things like that. But beyond that, you are talking about the cultural background. You are talking about the history of the place. You are also talking about the disaster management. You are also talking about the future. So all these aspects become a part of a methodology. Good attempt, good work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Nathu, sir, your views, sir?
Yeah, your title goes something like architectural interventions for art revival. So actually, the title is very, very research oriented, and title itself is a hypothesis that architectural interventions can bring about this. So I felt your paper and your title are disconnected. In the sense, you showed a project profile. I was expecting a logical end towards it, where it concludes with certain kind of survey or talking to people that how this experiment of your architecture studio has resulted into some sort of rejuvenation of art. So there I found a disconnect. You have a very good starting hypothesis or a statement, but the research is not complete. It's a project profile, so to say. Yeah. Yeah, I think this
Thank you,
some
sir.
termination or some conclusion of this research needs to be there. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ma'am? Yeah. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir. Last presentation of the day, architect Adnan Kazmi. I'll just present it now. There's no sound.
Ma'am, the sound will come up.
Yeah, okay.
Firstly, I would like to thank the esteemed panelists for their time and their valuable inputs in the development of my research paper that I shall present here today. Fellow researchers and guests that have joined this conference, I thank you all for your contributions in the field of architecture and design with this medium. I hope we all make the difference that we have aspired for through our researches. Dharavi is a labyrinth of problems marketed through movies, online media, and other consumable portals of information. We are all well aware about the issues in Dharavi to a certain degree. But at this point of time, it is almost as if the conveyors of the problems have started to romanticize the idea of poverty and ignorance through movies and curated tours of Dharavi's misery and despair to the tourists visiting Mumbai or India. Rather than shifting away from the reality and truth to a world of illusions, I wish to bring a perspective that Dharavi demands through this paper. DRP or Dharavi Redevelopment Plan is a revised rehabilitation scheme of 2004 put forth by the Government of India. It is an effort of rehousing Dharavi's residents into tower block apartments, thus freeing up the land to be sold by the private developer as a cross subsidy for their services offered. Although it sounds like a win-win situation for all, but intricacies of these terms, many private developers have found a way to dupe these inhabitants, forcing them to turn their backs on any redevelopment policies. The terms and conditions of these policies allows a backdoor entry for these private developers to find loopholes and exploit the people in terms of quality or basic architectural norms such as fire escapes or even proper ventilation, or the government mandated maintenance of these tower blocks made to rehouse these inhabitants, and in some cases flouting the promised timeline of redevelopment, forcing the people back into encroaching further away from Dharavi. In most of the cases, however, while conducting personal interviews, people are not as opposed to redevelopment as they are to the involvement of private developers. The policies designed for their welfare does not always materialize the way they are promised. Dharavi needs a people-centric approach rather than drafting policies that circles around land as the main resource. It would be far more beneficial and efficient if for once these people are treated with the same importance as an inanimate object, at least in return of their services to keep Mumbai presentable as a 21st century metropolis of the modern day India.
After an initial research, the only intent I could form was to provide these people with a stage that was never offered to them. My research does not suggest grand solutions to their problems. The goal is to analyze and learn what one piece of Dharavi, the 90 feet road neighborhood, has to offer and document these responses as a reference to future policy making decisions and to eliminate the disconnect between policy and reality. The aim was to bring their grievances and voice to all of you who can contribute towards a solution.
कैसे पकड़ने का?
हाँ, थोड़ा नजदीक भी ले सकते हैं। हाँ,
ऐसा कर लो।
हाँ ये भी ठीक है। हाँ ये तो बेस्ट।
अभी देखो सर, ऐसा है कि हम लोग मतलब मैं पर्सनली लगभग 20-22 साल से धारावी से जुड़ा हुआ हूँ, तो मुझे हर एक चीज पता है, हर लोग पता है यहाँ पे कौन कैसा है, कैसे लोग हैं, कैसे अपने को रहना है यहाँ पे। हमारे को पूरा माइंड सेटअप है हमारा। आप कहीं और जगह लेके जाते हो, अब वहां के हिसाब से माइंड को सेटअप करो, वो पॉसिबिलिटी नहीं है। डीआरपी के अंदर तो कभी बोल रहे हैं हम तुमको वहां शिफ्ट करके दे रहे हैं, कभी यहाँ शिफ्ट करके दे रहे हैं, और एरिया भी छोटा है, जितना आपकी शॉप है उतना दे देंगे और यहीं पे देते हो। जैसे अभी पीछे जो रेसिडेंस वाले हैं उनको आप इसके ऊपर फ्लोर करके दे सकते हो, और रेसिडेंस वाले को भी ऐसा फ्लोर दीजिए कि इतना स्क्वायर फीट दीजिए कि वो सही से सर्वाइव कर पाए। आप 295 बोलते हो, कभी 325 बोलते हो, कभी 350 बोलते हो। 350 में कैसे रहेगी फैमिली? अब यहाँ पे कितने लोगों ने ग्राउंड +1 तो किया ही है, उसके ऊपर कोर्ट माला भी डाल के रखा है, तो उनको अच्छा खासा एरिया मिल जाता है कि भाई वो फैमिली में अगर शादीशुदा भी है तो भी उसमें सर्वाइव कर ले रहे हैं। आप एक ही ना 1 RK दे देंगे, रूम किचन बेड, और बोलेंगे इस पे सर्वाइव करो, तो इतनी बड़ी फैमिली कहाँ से सर्वाइव करेगी? इसके वजह तो फेल हो जाता है, कोई सपोर्ट ही नहीं करता है। यहाँ पे रहेगा तो ही बंदा, और यहाँ पे एक पूरा बंदे जैसे बताया चैन के हिसाब से, तो वो फटाफट चीज हो जाएगी। मैं कहीं और रहूंगा, वो वर्कशॉप वाला जिसको मुझे जॉब वर्क देना वो कहीं और रहेगा, तो लाइन मैच नहीं खा पाएगी हमारी।
सबसे बड़ी बात है इधर किस्सों को डेवलप करने जो आते हैं ना, अपने अपनी सोच के आते हैं।
जैसे प्राइवेट
डेवलपमेंट है, जो अपना अभी 400 आदमी जमा किए, अभी मुझे समझो बिल्डिंग बननी है या कुछ, मुझे अभी ऐसा सोचते कि ये थोड़ा एरिया का मैं बिल्डिंग करूँ, जैसे आपने देख रहे जगह जगह थोड़ा बिल्डिंग बन देना, तो मैंने किसको बुला के अपना करवाया, लेकिन वो सब लोग फैसिलिटी देखते बराबर की नहीं, तो उसका मीटिंग हो जाती है। इधर कैसे कोई मीटिंग ही नहीं है। सिर्फ पहले सब लोग को जानकर देना जरूरी है ना। जैसे आप हम लोग से राय पूछ रहे हो, तभी एक मीटिंग धारावी ने मीटिंग रखी है कि बाबा इतने बाहर से तुम लोग को कॉन्ट्रैक्ट मिलेला है, तुम लोग क्या करना चाहते हैं। हम लोग ने पूछी नहीं तो हम लोग बोले बताएंगे क्या? बराबर है कि नहीं? अगर कोई पब्लिसिटी करेगा तो हम लोग बताएंगे ना हम लोग की राय क्या। तुम लोग ने पब्लिसिटी किया ही नहीं है, गवर्नमेंट किया ही नहीं, तो हम लोग करेंगे क्या? आप तो डायरेक्ट मुझे तुमने पूछा कि ऐसा हम लोग को अभी एक घर अपने डेवलप करने का, तुम लोग कहीं भी जाओ, कोई घर छोड़ने वाला नहीं है, क्योंकि ये सब खुद का रूम है, किसे गवर्नमेंट का भी वो छोड़ने देगा नहीं। जो अब लोग रहते हैं ना, वो लोग खुद हम लोग को बोलते तुम लोग का अच्छा है। जो बिल्डिंग डाले हैं ना, वो लोग खुद बोलते हैं तुम लोग का अच्छा, इधर अच्छा बैठ रहे, हम लोग को परेशानी हो रही है, उसका मेंटेनेंस भरना पड़ता है, तो लोग का फले का 2000 रुपया जा रहा है मेंटेनेंस का पूरा करके, तो लोग तकलीफ हो रही है ना। आज जो ऐसा नहीं है कि कोई गरीब भी है जो 10,000 रुपया कमाता है, आजकल के 10,000 भी बहुत होता है, पुरता नहीं किसी को, मतलब कमाई होती नहीं किसी की। बिल्डिंग वाले बेच रहे हैं, झोपड़पट्टी कोई नहीं बेचेगा। बिल्डिंग वाले बेच रहे हैं लेकिन झोपड़े वाले कोई नहीं बेचेगा, क्योंकि उनको आमदनी आ रहा है ना। क्योंकि हम लोग को जो आते ना बाहर से लोग देने जाएगा, तो जितना मांगता है उतना हम लोग को देने को तैयार है, हम लोग नहीं जा रहे हैं। सबसे बड़ी रीजन कितना भी देखते हैं ना रास्ते पे, घरों में या किधर पे, हम जितना तुम बोले उतना हम लोग पैसा देने को तैयार है, रूम हम लोग को दे दो, तभी हम लोग नहीं जा रहे। क्यों नहीं जा रहे? भले आज मैं इसका कितना ही पैसा मांग सकती हूँ, लेकिन मुझे जाने का ही नहीं है।
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल कैसा होता है कि हर एरिया में एक गुण होता है और या एक ऐसा बंदा होता है जो सबको हैंडल करेगा और उसका काम होता है घर खाली कराना। अगर सामने वाला कमजोर है तो उसको डांट डपट के, धमकी दे के, कुछ ना कुछ बोल के घर खाली कराएगा। और सामने वाला मजबूत है तो उसके लिए वो क्या करेगा, वो उसको समझाएगा, ऑफर्स देगा, बाकियों को अगर कुछ अलग दिया है तो उसको कुछ एक्स्ट्रा देगा। अब यहाँ पे एक प्रॉब्लम ऐसी है कि मेरा एक स्ट्रक्चर है सपोज 20 बाई 20 का, मुझे एक ही फ्लैट अलॉट होने वाला है। 20 बाई 20 के स्ट्रक्चर में मुझे एक ही फ्लैट अलॉट होने वाला है। तो जैसे ही मुझे पता चलेगा ना कि रीडेवलपमेंट का प्लान है या फिर सर्वे होने वाला है, मैं बीच में से पार्टीशन मार दूंगा। मैं बीच में से पार्टीशन मार दूंगा, 2 डोर बना दूंगा और एक स्ट्रक्चर का थोड़े अलग डॉक्यूमेंट बनाऊंगा, लाइक लाइट बिल, राशन कार्ड। मेरा भाई है, मेरे भाई का नाम निकाल के ये स्ट्रक्चर बता के हट नंबर 7 है तो बाजू वाले का 7A कर दूंगा मैं। बीएमसी की रिकॉर्ड में वो हो जाएगा 7A। तो मेरे पास 2 डॉक्यूमेंट है और मेरा इंटेंशन रहेगा कि मुझे 2 फ्लैट मिले। तो ये भी एक बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है। लेकिन बिल्डर कैसे देगा, उसको पता है एक ही स्ट्रक्चर है, उसने पार्टीशन मारा है। अब वो डॉक्यूमेंट के बेसिस पे चैलेंज करने जाएगा तो सालों साल निकल जाएगा। अगर कोर्ट ने स्टे कर दिया और जब तक फैसला आता नहीं है तब तो कभी कभी 5 साल, 10 साल, 12 साल। और जिनके स्ट्रक्चर टूट गए वो लिंगर में, और जो डेवलपर पैसे भाड़ा देना है डेवलपर को, स्ट्रक्चर टूटने के बाद डेवलपर की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी खत्म होती है ऐसे नहीं। जैसे स्ट्रक्चर को हाथ लगाता है या एम्प्टी कराता है उसकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी चालू हो जाती है। उसको हर महीने का मंथली रेंट जो भी यहाँ से खाली होता है उसको देना पड़ता है। अगर वो लिटिगेशन में स्ट्रेच होता है, लिंगर होता है मैटर, तो उतने साल का भाड़ा उसको एक्स्ट्रा। आप किसी भी अथॉरिटीज के पास चले जाओ और उसको पूछो कि ये हमारी प्रॉब्लम है, इसका सोल्यूशन क्या है। वो लोग पढ़े लिखे होंगे, नॉलेजेबल होंगे, उनके पास सोल्यूशन नहीं है। अगर आप उसमें स्ट्रक्चर देखोगे, कोई भी आप एसआरए का स्ट्रक्चर देखो तो आप देख के बता सकते हो ये किसी एसआरए के अंडर में या किसी महाड़ा की स्कीम में बने। यहाँ के स्ट्रक्चर के मॉडल कैसे होते हैं ना, आपको पाइपलाइन दिखेंगी सामने से जा रहे हैं और ऐसे डब्बे होते हैं, डब्बे एक एंड से लास्ट एंड तक रूम है पूरा एक स्ट्रेच में। उसको कैसे ऑर्गेनाइज करना है उन्हें पता नहीं। उनको पता, इतना पता होता है कि मुझे एक फ्लोर पे 50 रूम बिठाना। आप इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के बारे में बात करो, आपको किसका ओपिनियन लेना चाहिए? ऑब्वियसली एक आर्किटेक्ट का, एक सिविल इंजीनियर का जो इस फील्ड में है, टाउन प्लानर का, यानी जो इस फील्ड में है, जो इस बारे में जानते हैं, जिन्होंने किया है, उनके अपने टाउन प्लानर है। वो टाउन प्लानर डिस्कस नहीं करते जो
रवैये का बात है। गवर्नमेंट ने तय करना चाहिए कि क्या करना है। स्कीम का बात नहीं, किसी भी स्कीम को विरोध करने के लिए विरोध करने का ये हमारा काम नहीं है, होना नहीं चाहिए किसी का भी। हमारा नहीं है, किसी का भी होना नहीं चाहिए। तो धारावी का डेवलपमेंट अगर टुकड़े टुकड़ों में एसआरए के अंदर अगर होगा तो अच्छा नहीं होगा। लेकिन वो कोई स्कीम को दिक्कत करेगा ऐसा नहीं है। सीएम को हमने बताया कि भाई ये स्कीम गवर्नमेंट की है, 4 फरवरी को आपने लॉन्च की, 3 बार आपने इसका बेसलाइन सोशल इकोनॉमिक सर्वे किया, आपने ही टेंडर निकाला, कमेटी ऑफ सेक्रेटरी आपका ही था, इसमें गवर्नमेंट के सभी डिपार्टमेंट के सेक्रेटरीज थे, कमिश्नर थे, मेट्रोपॉलिटन कमिश्नर था, बीएमसी का कमिश्नर था। तो कम से कम गवर्नमेंट का जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है उसका इस्तेमाल करके गवर्नमेंट खुद से तो करे। ऐसा हमने उनको बोला है। किसी भी डेवलपर के पास जितना सरकार के पास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है उतना नहीं है। अभी आप म्हाड़ा को लीजिए, म्हाड़ा गवर्नमेंट ने ये सब के लिए एक बॉडी ऑफ आर्किटेक्ट जो है तो बनाना मुमकिन है कि नहीं, क्योंकि जिसको जो रहता नहीं उसको मालूम नहीं।
Public participation is of vital importance in the formulation of these policies, and for that to happen, a better outreach program needs to be designed in such a way that it accommodates their views and opinions. Because if a policy does not have the support of the people it is designed for, it will naturally fall apart. Other than that, an independent policy or scheme should be designed for the migrant laborers of Maharashtra and not just Dharavi. They are the workforce of Mumbai, and not including them would be a great injustice to their contributions. Policymakers needs to be more approachable to the masses and well connected with the ground realities of Dharavi. Any gaps in these two becomes the tool of exploitation for the private developers. Pocket development leads to non-uniformity and uncontrolled built environment, and people end up not benefiting in terms of better infrastructure and amenities that an integrated development has to offer. Grassroots organizations that have worked for the welfare of the people of Dharavi for years should be included in the process of policy formulation, surveys, and public outreach programs. They can reduce the need to start from square one. Also, these NGOs have earned a level of trust with the people, thus serving as a mediator that can convey the unadulterated version of welfare policies that the state intends for them, unlike the private developer. Intervention of state through bodies like SRA or MHADA can put an end to pocket developments that destroys the sense of uniformity. Basic architectural requirements of a structure should be fulfilled, and as a regulatory body, it must oversee and ideally develop these schemes without the need of a private developer.
Thank you, Adnan, for the video.
Thank you,
Ma'am,
ma'am.
your views, please.
Yes, can you hear me? Right. What Adnan has presented is just a small part of a process of development of a particular very important area. A slum area, which is one of the largest slums
Ma'am, your voice is breaking.
of
Sorry.
India. You can't hear me?
The voice is the
Your
voice
voice
is
is
quite
breaking, ma'am.
muffled.
Sorry.
Okay, okay. Maybe it is because of the connectivity issues. I don't know.
And now it will be heard.
The Dharavi has got lots of issues, and many attempts have been made by many academically as well as in reality, in actual process. Where we have seen lots of attempts being made for the redevelopment of the Dharavi, and the issues are very typical, very peculiar. If we want to put this entire thing again into a research paradigm, then in that case, you will need to understand your attempt is just an attempt, a partial attempt to understand the ground reality, to understand the situation. Apart from the legal aspects, apart from the other technicalities, you are trying to say that the importance of the opinion of people and their behavioral patterns are become very important in taking decisions. That is what you want to say at this time. This particular process of understanding the opinion of people is not a new thing. Lots of literature is definitely available which talks about how to map the opinions. There are
Right.
transacts, there are ways in which we can actually map the opinions of the people. One of the ways in which you have shown are the taking the actual video recording of those people.
Ma'am, your voice is breaking up. I can't understand the
There could try to tell
entire
this research component in this could probably be trying to understand the various methods by which the opinion can be maker who is the one who Bhave, Mitra Bhave,
Ma'am, I'm really
started
sorry,
with
but I can't understand what you're saying. Your voice is very muffled. I'm very sorry about that. Can Prachi ma'am look into that?
yeah. No, Prachi will not be able to help me. It is the problem
Right.
at my end probably.
Okay.
Because there could be a internet disconnectivity or something like that at my end. But I will try to make it very brief. Sumitra Bhave has made, she's a noted film producer. She has ventured into filmmaking because she wanted to take opinions of slum dwellers. And when she could not connect to them, she tried to produce a movie on their life and then take their opinions. So this is
Right.
how the research goes actually. That's how
Okay.
your research is revolving around. I would like to, in your case, as in the one of the previous cases, we would like to have you to go slightly beyond to make it a research part. It's just a documentation of the opinion and only one method. So you have to give the variety of methods of taking opinion, out of which you can suggest this is the method, is the best one, and why is it so in this particular case. So probably do that you can. That's
Right.
all I would
Right.
say. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Nathu sir, your
Yeah,
views, please.
yeah. The topic which she has chosen is very relevant and very sensitive at the same time, because he has chosen a journalist kind of approach where he is, interviewing a sample of maybe handful of people. But to make a decision regarding such an important neighborhood like Dharavi in Bombay, one needs to have a very comprehensive understanding of issues with multiple stakeholders and large number of samples. So probably this is the kind of precursor or a pilot he is trying to do. Probably
Yes.
the
Yes.
final
Yes.
study
It's
will be
just like a small
something much
initiative.
different than what you have presented. So if you are really planning to do it, best of luck for you
Yes, sir. Thank you.
for
Thank
your
you so much, sir.
study. Yeah,
Thank you so much. Can I add something if that's okay with you?
yeah.
Actually, sir, my research was based on, collecting data. Yes, as you said it, and gathering knowledge that acts as a resource for policy development. Because up until now, what I have researched while researching this topic was I found out that there is a huge disconnect between what the policy says and what is the ground reality. People not knowing what is happening with their future. People are deciding what is going to happen with their future, and the unknowing of that is creating a lots of problem for them. A policy shouldn't be like it's being imposed on people. It should be more people inclusive, and yeah, that's it. So I just wanted that to bridge the gap through this, like a
You
small
can
initiative, of course.
just out of interest you want to refer, you can refer the doctoral work of Dr. Abhay Pawar from BNCA,
Okay.
where he has
Okay.
studied the supply and the demand and of housing, affordable housing, and how the
Right.
policies are manifested, and what are the
Right.
reasons for not being getting. So
Right. Right.
probably refer that work.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathu sir. Ma'am, it was very nice interacting with you, listening to you. I think for me it is the first time, but you definitely have struck a chord, something that was intangible about architecture that you have mentioned today. And Nathu sir, thank you very much for your inputs. Very typically for the methodological part, which makes the whole process very simple and in a specific direction. Ujjwala ma'am, we would like you to summarize over the topics selected and the presentations that were made as an end. Thank you.
Yes, surely. Can you hear me? Can you hear?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, yeah. I will start with the first. First of all, this is a very good initiative by Allana College that we are so many research people have come together and then they're presenting their work here. And this gives me like a feeling that you all are very much interested in research and something seriously further. This is a serious attempt, definitely, but this can be taken further. and taken up into research activity beyond this presentations somewhere in the society, making it happen in the society. That's what I mean by taking it further. Mukta Gokhale, Kulkarni, and Avanti Gori, they have done a very structured research. But the structured research which has a possibility of taking it further to the society is definitely there. And they through their research they can change the mindset of the community, at least a small group of people, at least their students. They can make
She went out of the meeting.
Yeah, I think there's some. Yeah, we lost
Some problem.
Okay. Meanwhile, Dr. Nathu sir, can you please please- Okay.
Is
No,
she
he's
back?
there.
Is she
Nathu
back?
sir. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Yeah.
No, no. Yeah.
Madam is back, Dr. Chakradev?
No, not yet. Sir.
Not yet. Okay. So I'll just sum up quickly.
Yes, sir.
Yes, the topics which we saw today, I think it is a wide array of topics, and the methodologies which they have used are very, one or two were very innovative, particularly the movie one, where content analysis is used, and the second one which Gautami used was relating to the phenomenological approach for design of spaces. So by and large, as Dr. Chakradev also mentioned, it's a very, very good initiative on part of Allana College, and that variety of researches and variety of topics we were able to see. I could not attend the conference yesterday, but since morning I have been attending the presentations, and there is wide variety of topics which have been taken up, and it's a very optimistic situation for architectural fraternity that so much of teachers, even practitioners, are coming forward and taking up research. So I congratulate Allana College of Architecture once again for this very, very nice initiative, and all the organizers who have so meticulously worked out the schedules and their marking schemes. Everything is so much in place that we don't have to really ask anything for in detail. So I congratulate Dr. Leena Devnath Madam and all her team for a wonderful organization. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thanks to Narkede sir also for mentoring us for that. Ujjwala ma'am is back with us. Ma'am, would you please continue? Can you hear me, ma'am? Leena
by
ma'am, could
all the
you
researchers.
conclude?
Thank you so much for letting me here. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Leena ma'am, over to you.
Yes, ma'am
Leena
is
ma'am,
not
over
able
to
to
you.
join in. I can see her there.
Yeah, I've already spoken. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, Nathu sir, to agreeing to join in, and that is a big honor for us that you gave your time for this. Okay, Prachi ma'am, what do we do now? We continue.
We will just take a 5-minute break so that we receive the scorecards, and then we'll be able to declare the winners for different panels. So I will request all the participants and all the people who have already joined the meeting to stay back. Meanwhile, our faculty will be coordinating the jury panel. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Can we leave?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you, Abhijit Nathu, sir.
Yeah.
We will just take a 5-minute quick break before we assemble the things together. And then we will have the declaration of winners for the papers and vote of thanks. Thank you. Yes, welcome everybody.
Everybody.
There is some echo. Yeah. So before we declare the two top papers for the sessions today, I will just like to give you a quick glance over the statistical data that we have had for NCET. We received total 100 papers, out of which the ARP category, academician, researchers, and practitioners were 42, out of which 30 were selected. PG category, there were 20 papers, out of which 16 were selected. And UG category, there were 38 papers, out of which 27 were selected. All these total 73 papers will be going for our publication, both in the form of a free ebook with ISBN, which will be available on our Allana College of Architecture website, www.allanaarchitecture.org, and the hard book, that is a paperback, will be produced on demand with the additional charges depending on when we can, as and when we can print it and then we can send it across. We will be also releasing to everybody on their email IDs the e-certificates within some time after the conference. Hard copy of the certificates also can be received later when it is possible for us to print and then send it. Now, definitely before mentioning the winners, I would like to mention the papers that we received with least plagiarism, because they definitely need a good mention here. We had certain papers which are 100% original. Absolutely zero plagiarism was there. I would mention their names. For ARP section, it was Mukta Kulkarni and Avanti Gole, which was 0% plagiarism. Also Somdatta Das and Nazia Mistry, second paper. Third paper, which was plagiarism free, was Kaustubh Dikshit. Fourth paper that was free of plagiarism was Atul Kataria and then Sridhar Iyer. So 5 papers for ARP. For PG, it was Dipti Bapat, whose paper was 0% plagiarism. And for UG, it was Akshaya Anak and Rohit Kataria. The very original papers. We appreciate the student category who have given the original papers in these days where there is a lot of internet information otherwise available. And the papers with least plagiarism that we have called as up to 2%. For the ARP category, it was Reena Salvi, Gautami Renuse, Jan Brower, Sapna Bang, Sneha Bhosle, Prayan Mehta. Both the papers were with less than or equal to 2% plagiarism. Priyanka Chavan and Binish Desai. In PG panel, it was PG category, it was Asmita Patwardhan and Asavari Sohni, Gazala Tamboli, Shubhra Pathak, Manjiri Deshpande and Lakshmi Salgia, Neha Hiremat and Prachi Iyer. These were also with 2% plagiarism. And in UG category, it was Pankaj Nandargikar, Bhavna Chhajlane and Sushma Parashar, Shivani Bhandari and Parag Narkhede. These were the original papers that we received, which were written with lot of effort put into, and their own theories and philosophies. I think me and Dhwani will definitely thank for the day that we could think of the name of empirical theories for this particular conference, because I think I came across this word for the first time when I was writing my first paper, when it was mentioned about the empirical theory there. And then we used to keep on talking about different concepts and ideas, and this was a good platform for actually making everybody to participate, and we knew that everybody else also thinks a little like us itself with the empirical theories. Yes, so I think we will conclude the session. Leena ma'am, over to you for vote of thanks and declaration of winners. Thank you.
So do we declare the best papers first and vote of thanks, or is it the other way around?
Declaration, ma'am, first.
Okay.
Thank
So based on the jury panels and their decision and their marking on the criteria given to them, in the 3 different categories, UG, PG and ERP, we have 2 best papers which have been listed out. I will just read out the names. UG category, the first best paper is Netrali Yadav and Vaishali Anagal. Congratulations. The second is Drishti Jain and Vaishali Anagal. So these two have been selected as the best papers of the UG category. For the PG category, first is Dipti Shahi and Bhagyashree Apte, and second Manisha Patil. So thank you. And for ARP, though we had two panels, yet we have sorted out two papers, the first and the second. The first is Mukta Gokhale Kulkarni and Avanti Gole, and second Sapna Bang. Again, congratulations to all the paper writers who have written the best papers, and hope you keep on writing and taking the cue from what the jury panels have told you. I hope you further your research and again write papers again when we conduct our national conference next year. Okay. So now, I don't know. It's sort of an exhilarating experience because we had been thinking of this conference for a long, long time. Every year we think that we will do it, but something or the other happens and it does not see the light of the day. And then we suddenly thought of it and thought, no, we have to do it this year. And we were focused towards it. Very first thing, I would like to thank our mentor, Dr. Parag Narkhede. It actually started with his coming to our college. We wanted to initiate everyone into starting to think of research, and we conducted a day-long teachers training program on hiding the files. Sir came here, inspired us, and I think he was the first one who said that no, it can be done. So don't worry, I will help you. And that was the start of it. Someone said that they will help us, and there we were, gone. I mean, naturally, to him, sir, please help us. And I will thank him. I don't know how to thank him actually, because every step, any time that we had any doubt, he was there always to support, to advise, and to show us the right way. Thank you very much, sir. He is not there today. He is busy in something else. And I'm really thankful to him. Because of him and because of team NCET who put in their hard work day, night. Then the pandemic came. They all panicked. We all panicked. But ultimately, 7th and 8th August was the day when ultimately our dreams were, we could, visualize. So I would like to thank firstly our president, Dr. P.A. Namdar, our vice president, Mrs. P.A. Namdar, and all our CDC members and all the members of the Azam family who constantly encourage and support us for everything that we want to do. Even they at times give us hints, why don't you do this, why don't you do this. I think that encouragement is required. So that puts us a carrot in front of us. Yes, we can do that. Yes, we can do this. So thank to all of them. I thank Council of Architecture and IIA Pune Center for actively being involved with us as knowledge partners and helping us at all times. I also thank our speakers, our keynote speakers, Architect Habib Khan, who readily agreed to be a keynote speaker, and also Architect Jayashree Deshpande, who had been a constant support for us all throughout as far as I can remember, also agreeing to be the keynote speaker. Architect Prakash Deshmukh, immediate past president of IIA National, happily made a video. I really am astounded at sirs. He happily made a video for us, and he was there yesterday nearly half a day, joined us to be a part of our conference. Thank you, sir. I also thank Narkhede sir again for being yesterday's keynote speaker, sending us a video and encouraging us. And I think next is the participants who had written the papers and given it to us so that we could collect those, get our jury panels, review them, and because of whom we could conduct that national conference. Your papers, your participation has made this national conference possible. Without papers, without you writing and sending the papers, there would be no national conference for us. So we hope that we can do it more, maybe every year or every alternate year, Please do keep on participating. Without you, we cannot have the confidence. So thank you very much, all of you all who had written papers and submitted, believed in us, waited for, I think, 6 months long, 5, 6 months long, waiting, expecting the reply, expecting the results. But I thank you for all your patience that you thought of not leaving this and going to another forum to present your paper. Thank you so much, all of you. I would also thank our esteemed jury panels. Today, Dr. Ujjwala Chakradev ma'am was there, Dr. Abhijit Nathu. Then we had in the morning Dr. Sudhya Mahimkar. Yesterday we had Dr. Nalini Naik Nimbalkar, Dr. Sachin Pore, and also Professor Durganand Balsare and Dr. Manas Marathe. Thank you so much for giving us time to review the presentations. I thank all the jury members of the earlier who had assessed the papers and who had selected and sorted out the papers. I thank all of them. And we will come back again. So thank you. Keep supporting us. Our books, as Prachi ma'am said, the publication will be there. The hard copy, if you want, will be there. And thank you very much, all of you. I hope I have not missed anybody. And the NCET team, I was nearly to miss them. Starting with Prachi Madam, Prachi Iyer, Dhwani Iyer, and as I said yesterday, mentioned a whole lot of people who are not seen on the panel. They are Shilpa Dhaule ma'am, there is Nazia Mistry ma'am, there is Gayatri Patil, then there is Atul Kataria and Huzaifa Chalisa. So they are all there behind the scene doing their work and ensuring that we have the conference goes on properly. Very, very hard work. Last 2-3 days has been, I think, nightmarish for them. Lot of things were not working out, but ultimately we are done. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the effort that you have put in. And I think our non-teaching staff, giving them throughout last 2 days the fodder that they need to stay awake in the daytime, because many of them had been staying up late, giving them the fodder so that tea and biscuits and snacks. So we have our Shehnaz and the 3 Khalas and Mohsin and Khalil and all supporting. Thank you, everybody. Thanks.
And lastly, we forgot to thank one person, ma'am, which is you, for all your support throughout, for accepting the way we propose it every time with your added inputs. And we really love to work with you.
Thank you.
This is the final presentation from our side. It will not take long. Just a quick glance at the faces who were working on the presentation. Yes, Dhwani ma'am, please. Our patrons, President and Vice President of the NCES and the other committee members. Our founder principal, Professor R.T. Gokhale, our principal, Professor Leena Devnath, our design chair, Professor Zohair Siamwala, our mentor for MArch course, Professor Prashant Deshmukh, and mentor for the conference, Dr. Parag Narkhede. This is the technical review committee team, Dr. Parag Narkhede, Dr. Manas Marathe, Professor Nalini Nimbalkar, Professor Shekhar Nagargoje, Architect Shilpa Dhavle, Professor Rajeshwari Jagtap, Dr. Abhijit Nathu, and Dr. Anshul Gujarati. That's us, co-conveners, me and Dhwani, with our coordinators, Architect Gayatri Mahajan and Architect Nazia Mistry, coordinating with the participants. Our technical and creative team, Architect Huzaifa Chalisa, who did the book cover page. The gray slide that keeps coming, that will be the cover page of our book. And Architect Gautami Renuse, who designed the NCET logo. Architect Atul Kataria, the e-conference and Facebook admin. He's continuously admitting people and commenting back, muting and unmuting people. Architect Shilpa Dhavle, who is the special point of contact for the invitees and the guests. She sent all the links every day and was coordinating for the scores as well. And finally, the ACOA teachers, all of them who have helped us morally and by participating in the conference. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, I think we should end, ma'am, with your permission.
Yes, thank you.
Any participant wants to add? I don't know. Just yes, Sapna.
Yeah, I think it's kudos to the NCET team. They have done an amazing job. I know it must have been nightmarish staying up at all times and trying to take rubbish from us for so many things. We send things, then we say no, 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 this is the wrong thing, and then we don't want to. And wow, this has taking it online has been amazing. And yeah, we did think of it when we did unhide the files, and nice. Thank you for letting us be here with you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nalini ma'am, for the comment. Thank you. Should we close it, everybody?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for it.
Thank you, ma'am. Huzefa, please stop Facebook streaming. And Atul